How you doing, my friends? Thank you for popping on. Let me just turn the TV down because otherwise I'm just going to get the audio keep coming through. Otherwise, yeah. So obviously I was going to do a stream yesterday, but I didn't know Mr. PCDD was going to come on and Mr. MK himself. So I thought, obviously I was waiting for my Atari balls to come back, and they did a turn up yesterday. But so the stream ended. I was feeling a bit tired as well because the new medication he put me on actually made me quite sleepy. So I thought, oh, perfect opportunity. No one's streaming. I thought Mr. Pitco himself said he will pop on because he had a lot of running around to do today, obviously. So he's going to obviously pop on later. So I thought, the perfect opportunity. I've got my Atari boards back from Mr. Worms, that he'd done a wonderful job of re-socketing all of the ICs, the memory IC sockets. So obviously I ballsed one of these up, which didn't help in the situation. He managed to repair that, so we're going to do that today because I've got all of the bits, because I only sent him the boards and the power supply and the leads. That's all I sent him. You can't do a full test until you put it all back. Hey, Mr. 8-Bit, how you doing? Thank you for popping on, my friend. I hope you're good and well. So yeah, so revisit back on these today. Hopefully these are now. I did have the original Atari board that my original 1040 was working until I ballsed up one of the IC sockets. So I managed to stop, and Mr. Worms did do it. Yeah, same to you. No worries, my friend. I'm just glad to see you that you're all well and you're all good, and you're actually on my channel, which is thumbs up. So obviously, the second Atari board, the problem that it had, one of the Mr. Worms. I was just speaking very good words about you, sir, saying what a wonderful job you do. So Mr. Worms is in the house. Thank you, Mr. Worms, for popping in. So we're going to be putting these to the test. So this is why I didn't want to do a stream with everyone else on. So Falcon, Mr. Falcon's in the house. So I'm glad you found it here. Test him yet? I found him. Did you find the sneaky glue? No, sir. I'm going to be looking for the sneaky glue. So we're going to take a visual inspection of the boards and see what. I had a quick look, but I didn't go into too depth because I wanted to watch Mr. MK, and Mr. MK was absolutely a legend yesterday. He was on one, and I laughed so much I nearly wet myself through laughing. So, yeah, really, really funny. I like it when he's on one like that. It just makes the stream 500 times more interesting. So, yeah, it did make me laugh. Calling everyone little shits, stop retracting your messages. Well, it's all in good fun, which that's what it's all about. It is all in good fun. So we're going to inspect these boards. That one. So yeah, we're going to have a look to see what the condition and see what a wonderful job Mr. Worms has done to these lovely Atari boards. Which I still feel guilty because I don't want to take kind of someone's good nature because I couldn't fix them. On that front, so I really wanted. That's why I always felt like if I paid my way, at least I didn't want to, So yeah, it's I do fixes. So yeah, Mr. Worms has done a wonderful job on these boards. So I assume this is the board that I butchered. This looks like it because I know my revision. This is the revision D, and the one that wasn't working was the revision A. So, and I know that because I've done the extension, because obviously it won't fit the Raspberry, it won't fit the Pico on that front. So I wanted to, I thought I'd do a bit of extension. I don't want to start desoldering cables on that front. It's, I know it's bad enough with the Wayne capacitors on here at the end of it, which still makes me laugh. At the end of it, they've all got bloody Wayne capacitors. They must be good for the Atari boards at the end of it. Yeah, the D is the one that was working well until, when I got it, put it this way, Mr. Worms, I'm not going to touch it. All I'm going to do is put it back together. I've got no reason to touch this Atari board. It is fully working. Obviously, I did try to, obviously, the revision A, which was the first board that I did get, it was just a board. It wasn't no computer with it. Obviously, it had no picture, black picture, until I decided to take off one of the ICs and put a header on it. And what did I do? Mr. Retro here managed to balls it up and make a pig's ear out of it. So that's why I said I'll stop. Suggested Mr. Worms have a look, and as usual, he's come up trumps. And we're gonna have a quick look. Just have a quick look under the microscope. Right, we're back on. I don't know what happened now. As usual, the DJ microphone wants to start packing up again, and we're back to the usual crap at the end of it. Yay, we're back. What is it with my streams lately? You know, I sort the camera out, I sort the USB out, and then I tried to sort out the DJI. No, the DJI don't want to bloody work. It's got to be something that just don't want to work. I'll give up. I really do. Do you know what? Streaming is one of the most. You think it'd be the most easiest thing? No, it's not. It don't work out on that front. So, but what we're gonna do? Oh, good. Here we go. So I'm gonna bring this camera around, and literally I'm gonna bring that one in. And we're going to inspect Mr. Worms' lovely work that he has done up front. So let me move the. So this is obviously this is the work that Mr. Worms has done on one of the ICs. Let me see if I can focus it in. There you go, lovely and clear. Right. So obviously. This was the bad IC socket that obviously I butchered. Borat. Oh, sorry, bud. Give me 1 minute. I haven't enabled that. You know what it is? It's you got in. Oh, again, bloody things. It never ever. Where's Streamerbot. There you go. Let me switch Streamerbot on. Borat is disabled. I still haven't had time to sort the commands out at the end of. It's like 90% of the times. Streamerbot. Right. 3 out of 3. They're saying there's an update available. It can bugger off. It can wait. There's always updates. Right, Borat should be working. So, Chris, type in Borat again. It should work, my friend. Streamerbot is not enabled. It won't work on that front. So, it should be okay now. All good to go. So, Borat. Hopefully, Borat should now work. At the end of it. No, boy, it's not working. No, of course not.
King in the castle, king in the castle.
Yeah, it's,
Have
oh
a
no,
chair, I have
it's
a
close
chair.
up to me face.
Oh, go do this.
Oh,
go do
you
this.
are kidding me. Seriously? Let me have a look.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa,
It shouldn't be
whoa.
on that. No, it's on your face. Oh, right, okay. Boy, it looks neat. Fuck it. What is going on with it's like 90% of everything that just don't want to work for some reason, or it completely screwed up. So I'll have to sort that out. Well, the main thing is it is working. Obviously, looking at the trace damage that Mr. Worms has done, I don't know how you pulled that off, sir, but my hat goes off to you. Look how close look how close they are next to each other to run down. Yeah, you have to take that IC out. Oh my God. Hello. Yeah, you'll see the hot glue. What is it, under the actual chip? At the injured. Oh, Sergio's in. Is it? Oh, Mr. Sergio, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping in. So what? You put the hot glue underneath this chip. Obviously, this is where our trace damaged. Well, it wasn't here, was it? Well, actually, I did balls it up there. Come to think about it, I think you're right. Yeah. So obviously, you must have took that on there. Yeah, I did that for because it was missing another. Oh, right, the anchor pads. So what you've done, looking at that, I know what you've done. I can see it the side. Basically, if I flip this up, hopefully I might be able to get this and focus this in. So let me see if I can. I think I can see what you've done here. You've actually took the. Yeah, you have. So the bottom line is you've actually soldered to the side of the actual leg. How the friggin' hell, Mr. Worms? How the friggin' hell did you manage that? You must have attached that from the other side once you took this off, and then done it from now, and then glued it. Because obviously I've done trace damage, obviously trying to take the IC socket off. Yeah, you can take the IC out. Oh, right. So yeah, but I can see what you've done. Obviously you've gone from underneath. Yeah, they got the socket pin. So you've took it from that and then bridged it to the other IC chip, because obviously I've done trace damage from underneath. Yeah, but Mr. Worms bodged the repair. If anything, I'd say he saved the repair there, Mr. Sergio, because I'll tell you what, I couldn't have done that. My hat goes off to him. Very complex sort of situation. So you've used a bit of enamel wire and then basically took that, I mean, obviously, because it's enamel, and then you've used a bit of a resin to put over it. And then, because I can actually see the IC, the anchor points underneath. That's the only way you'd be able to do it, because obviously I've ripped all the trace pads up. No, I'm just just joking. Don't take it for. No, that's all right. Though I know you're only mucking about, my friend. Mr. Worms has done. I'm really grateful for what he's done. He's done an amazing job, because obviously I ripped all the bloody pads off underneath here. So obviously, because they've got no pads under it, that's the only way you can get round the system, is obviously to take it from that anchor point, follow the trace, jump it onto the second IC, which I can see where that's gone. You can actually see it. So obviously it's gone right underneath the second IC and then traced it from there. Yeah, not all of that. That was where we were. So yeah, you've done an amazing job, Mr. Worms. I'll grant you that. Obviously, I can still take this chip out. If there is a fault with this chip, at least I can still take it out of the socket. Obviously, I have to be careful. But I shouldn't have to. I've not known these ICs, but I mean, most of these RAM chips, they can go bad. I'm not saying that they have gone bad. Obviously, we've still got the WAN capacitor, which still makes me laugh. The WAN capacitors, yeah, the chips can still come out. So obviously, the issue that we did have then was obviously in one of this. Let me see if we can get this one in focus. If I can find it, obviously, there we go. So this is obviously the bad section that we've had to manage to, that you've done the traces from. So, which fair play, you've done a really good job on that. I mean, you know, fantastic. You know, it goes to show, trying to take an IC out, can you see how easily you can damage trace? That's why I stopped. So I thought, oh, you could have just used hot glue and made it hard to take. Hot glue will do that, sir. It will definitely make it 500 times to take out. Yeah, I could have, yeah. So, but obviously, you know, the amount of work. I mean, you're not going to see this anyway. It's going to be under the board, but yeah, but it goes to show the detail what you're dealing with. I mean, I'm looking under a microscope. You know, all right. I can see where Mr. Worms has gone on this, but it's still not an easy thing because, obviously, looking at these thin line traces, they're thinner than they're thinner than a hair. I mean, you know, so you've done marvellous, really, to actually, you know, put all that back in just so that can complete a circuit. Because if this wasn't making a circuit, you'll get a black screen. So obviously that's done fantastic. Yeah, I've used bigger wire than that, but that's the smallest I had. I mean, blimey, I know they do go smaller, but hats off to you. I mean, you can actually see the level of detail. What I'm saying is, if you look at a pair of tweezers, fucking pair of tweezers is actually bigger than that. You can actually see it. So obviously you can actually see that trace there, which that had to be filed in. So it goes to show how tiny these traces are. Yeah, I would have left the wires from the pad and not interrupt them, but there's consistent. My OCD wants to rebuild those traces. It does. Your OCD seems to kick in. You're thinking, no, but it doesn't matter. It's working. We're going to put this back to the test, and the good issue is, this was my working original board, which I'd done that. So obviously, I didn't do that work, but obviously I damaged it taking the IC out. That's why I stopped when I did. So we've got a working Atari. At least we've got one full working Atari on that one. But it is bad. But you're not going to see this anyway. But even so, bloody fantastic work. You know, I'm really impressed. So we're gonna quickly test this one. And while we test this one, we have got the resistance. This was the original that wasn't working. So this is the one that it just had a black screen and it just wouldn't work at the end of the day. But we come to the conclusion that when I tested this, let me switch back from the Eatons, and let me push that one back over and push this one over. Now this was obviously the original Rev A. So this is a revision A, and you can clearly see it's a revision A. It's got revision A written straight on that board. Now, I tested all of these chips to accept these, which I couldn't because these weren't socketed. These was actually soldered to the board. So Mr. Worms, that was my first intentions. Yeah, I only... Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the traces are actually fixed nicely, covered by the solder mask. He did a fantastic job on that. He really did. Does it? Yeah, but each person does it each their own way. I don't care which way it's done, so as long as it works. You know, it's not there to look at. It's going to be covered up anyway. I only used the wires that. Yeah, that was consistency. Yeah, what do you mean? So yeah, it does. Yeah, thanks, Sergio. Yeah, I always wanted to try different methods. I mean, you just see how difficult that was. Yeah, I'm opening up to try and improve. Well, you've done better than me, Mr. Worms. If I tried that, I would have done a right pig's ear out of it. So I think, and again, that's a bit like micro soldering. Obviously, you see how small that enamel wire was. Obviously, I know they do go smaller, but this is how easily you can damage traces. Obviously, all of these weren't socketed. these were actually soldered to the actual board. So to actually take all that off, you know, this one was already socketed, but the other one wasn't socketed at the end of the day. So, but we did have bad chips, but we couldn't take these chips. We could take these chips out, but we couldn't test which one was gone bad until you socketed my one, and then take these out in groups and then put them in to see which one. And you ended up saying it was one bad chip. One bad chip that caused that. I think you said it was one bad chip because I've got the chips here. I think I've got one working chip and one bad chip. And that, yeah, one bad memory IC. Wow, one bad memory IC, and it completely bricked this system. Yeah, the Japan one is faulty. Wow, I'll put an X on that. Let me actually do that while we're in the chat, because if this one ever goes bad again, one goes bad on there. So the Japan one, right? I can see the Japan one. Let me get my Sharpie, and let me mark that as a no, because it's a bad IC. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just bin it, because obviously it's obviously no point. So this obviously was the culprit. This memory IC chip here that caused this to have a black screen, and it just won't literally. Actually, yeah. So there must have been a reason why that just failed, but black screen at the end of the day. Now the rest of this board, Mr. Worms couldn't fully test it because obviously most of all the bits around here bin. Yeah, I am going to do that, Chris. I am going to definitely do that, my friend. That Japan one is going in the bin. Japan. Let me just bin this IC socket, because there's no point putting a marker on it. I might as well just bin it. So give me 1 minute, my friend. Let me put that in the bin. %. Oh, that's all right. My phone was obviously been low. Let me just text Mr. Pico himself, because he did say, he said, give me a shout out when you're live. That's it. Mr. Pico's been very, very helpful. He's a very dear friend to me, so he's been very good on that front. So we have got one working IC socket, obviously a new one, and I will type right on there, Atari ST. Mr. Worms, am I right in saying, can you use these memory ICs? Obviously, you're probably a little bit better than what I am, because I'm still learning. Obviously, this is being a 1040 STFM. Can I use these, actually, the same ones on the 520? Because I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't mark it, yeah. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, right. I'll just write on the 1040. That's it, Atari ST 1040. I'll put that in with my other chips, and in that way, if I do need a chip, at least I know roughly what it is and where it's come off. So that's one good aspect. So what we're going to do, I think what we should do first is let's fully test this 1040, the one that wasn't working originally. That was my intentions. Obviously this one has not been modified in any regions, so I think what I'm going to do, because this one's got a metal plate at the back of it, so I think Mr. Swindon's in the house. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. Awesome, thanks Chris. Yes, Mr. Swindon's in. I'm glad Mr. Swindon's in. So obviously, I don't want to get zapped on it. Yeah, I'm going to put this. I think what I'll do, I'll put this in partly in a case, half in a case. So, because this was the original and I did want to check on that front. So yeah, Mr. Worms did do a very good job on that. Hat off to him. So pleased he did, because obviously the I did try to have a look at another shell. There is shells on there, but they're for the 520. Now, if I remember correctly, the difference between the 520 and the 1040, I know one's got more RAM, but there also is a difference in the layout, which I didn't know this. You see this one here? If you have a look here, right, this one's got a bigger cutout, and I'll show you the 520. So there must be a difference, and the reasons why I say that, this is my working 520, right, at the end of the day. So this is the, you can actually see it's the 520 ST, right? They do, oh, not the ST, this is the FM. That's right, they did do, but if you have a look, this one's got a different layout. So there must have been different variations, but I think that was the only thing, and it did say on the back that it's the 520. So, and is that the new is that the newer model? What, the 520? No, this was the very first model that they obviously brought out. So the latest model really is the 1040. They partly upgraded it. As far as I know, the 512 only's got one bank of RAM. When you had a look, it's not got two banks of RAM. It's only got one bank of RAM, and it's only halfway. It only comes up to about here. The rest of them are missing on there. So obviously, when they decided they brought the 1040 out, they actually upgraded it partly. DJC, thank you for popping in. Thank you for popping in, my friend. Much appreciated. So obviously, there must have been where they've altered this, which is, you know, even though the parts are still the same, but there's also, I've noticed that the ribbon cable is slightly longer to reach. The 520, this is actually brought forward, which the 1040 is actually pushed back because it was an actual bigger drive. But obviously, getting these drives working, they're like the Amigas. They're not worth it. They always suffer the same fate. They just go bad over time, that front. So, but it ain't going to stop for testing. So what I've done, I've got one of these on one of these connections, and these are great because these are the GoTech systems that front. So obviously you just plug this in. This is a floppy drive emulator, but they're not cheap. They're £70. So obviously I've got one of these GoTech systems actually on the Amiga because the drive failed on the Amiga. It was working and it just stopped. And once they go, you can't really recover them, and that's why they always end up having issues. So what we're going to do, I'm going to put some voltage into this, not 60 volts. So I'm not going to inject it, and I ain't going to lick it. So, but this should be fine. But obviously, this is what I was saying about earlier on, about socketing. So, you know what I was saying to you about where they have standoffs? The standoffs are here. Can you see the issue that this one's okay? It will reach, because obviously it's about there where it needs to go. But on my one, I had to extend the wires because, again, look, it won't reach. Look, it's got the exact same issue. The wire will not reach. So it's not the ribbon cable, it's this, because it's situated further back. So they've done that because the drive actually come up to about here. So obviously that much of a difference makes a hell of a lot for this cable to be plugged in. So it's still got the same issue regardless. Yeah, no, huh? So yeah, it's 60 volts. Yeah, no, Chris, I'm not putting 60 volts. I wouldn't want to do all that wonderful work that what Mr. Worms has done to get this up and running. Just shove 60 volts, 60 volts, shove straight. Mind you, you're saying that we have got the mascot out today. So the Furby's on watch. So yeah, no, that would be funny. Yeah, I'd cry. I think I'd sit there and cry. I think, oh no, what have I done? My Atari boards, they're now fried. 60 volts, it would create some smoke, 100%. So we couldn't fully test it because obviously you need a keyboard and everything else. Yay, Furbies. Mr. MK, absolutely, he killed me. He said, them fucking Furbies. He said, they're an effing curse. I couldn't stop laughing. It's just how he come out of it. He said, chill and relax. He said, what are you playing at? He said, with them keen Furbies. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you was against the Furbies. So I thought, oh no, that was it. It was actually really funny. No, it really tickled him and made me laugh. But yeah, legend, absolutely legend. Thinking about it, that actually did make me laugh. I was pissing myself. I thought only Mr. MK can come out with that one at the end of it. So what we're going to do, I'm going to plug this back in. So I'm going to have to see that'll reach up there. That will reach up there a bit, but this won't reach. If I tried plugging this in, oh, you watch. See, look, that near enough, but it's not quite. Here's a leg end. It's a leg end at the end of it. See, that's near enough. That wants to stretch, but it's still a bit short stretching because of this wire. Obviously, you're going to rip the wire. You're going to rip all the traces off. So, what I'm going to have to do is, I don't want to end up putting anything on this and shorten this out. So I'm going to lay a cloth, which would be easier, just to put a cloth over this at the end of the day, so it don't grind itself out. It's a legend, absolutely legend. That's funny, yeah, legend. So and then what I'm going to do is put the keyboard back, because obviously we couldn't test, Mr. Worms couldn't test any further, because obviously I've got all the bloody components here, but I had to keep the cost down for the postal services in the UK. I'll say one thing, daylight robbery, it's disgusting. I've seen so many things on there, and yeah, it's not the greatest, definitely not the greatest. Right, hold up a minute, where did I take, me just, oh right, it's over here, right, okay. So now we've got one obviously cut out, and yeah, because obviously Mr. Worms couldn't do a RAM test, because obviously you need the keyboard, which I'm sure we can apply. We can apply that, but this one wasn't working. It just wasn't. We got a black screen. We're off. 2 minutes. Right, hold up. I don't want to break a bloody leg. Hate pins. These are the bane of existence on that front. I was going to send the thing off to Mr. Carfor. Yeah, to send it to Sweden. You're not going to believe it. To send an item up to 7 kg to Sweden. Yeah, £54.60 one way at the end of the day. Yeah, very expensive to send stuff. Just bear that in mind, guys. If you obviously, Mr. Carfor won something of Mr. PCDD, and he had to just to receive it. He had to pay £20 just to receive. It's daylight robbery on that front. Yeah, not the cheapest, I would say, and that was the cheapest on when it comes to air freight. £53 one way. It's unbelievable. I could get a picture to complete that from that Scott. So yeah, the lead one. Well, we're going to try both on there. I've got all of the things. Well, so yeah. When in prices are that high, it means that the yes, exactly. Yeah, not. So if you guys are anywhere to send to like Mr. MK or Mr. Carfor, just bear in mind anything up to 7 kgs, nearly £55 one way at the end of it. I'm debating to think. I found a full working one on there. I'm not gonna lie. I did find a full working one with all the speakers for less than £100. It makes sense to actually buy that, then send it to Mr. Carfor. I'm not doubting for 1 second Mr. Carfor can't fix it, but it's going to cost me roughly around about £112 to £113 in return at the end of the day, which I can buy one for £99. You can see where this one's going, and there's still no guarantee that if he can't fix that, obviously I'll still have to cough up over £100. You can see where that's actually gone. It doesn't seem to make sense to throw good money away just for someone that might be able to fix it. And I'm not doubting 1 second Mr. Carfor can't fix it, but it's still over £100. It doesn't make sense. I just didn't expect it to be very expensive to send to Sweden on that front. So yeah, bear with that, guys. If you do want to send something, they go by weight and size, and a lot of companies wanted more. That was the cheapest. That was obviously by Royal Mail in the UK. That was the cheapest. Everyone else wanted more money. It was actually higher than that. So I went, yeah, I might have to give that one second thoughts. So, well, I don't want to put anything on the ICs, right, at the end of the day. So this is obviously, let's see if I've got something a bit better than just have a cloth sitting over it at the end of the day. I should be able to. Should have. Give me 1 minute. I don't want to put anything static on there. Yeah, that'll do. Here you go. So, what I can do, I can use a Nintendo Switch game, Arcade Museums. So, that'll do. Yes. It's plastic. It's non-conductive. Trouble is with fibre, anything that's related to anything to do with cloth, it can generate electricity and cause static, which I don't really fancy putting anything on there that's static and then put extra charge for the chips and then they're going to end up going, no. Yeah, sorry about that. No. Right, so the next badge of things is we're going to need grass puddle, rag soaked in IPA. You're getting literally rag soaked in IPA. You think, well, that's all right. It'd do the job. Now, obviously, I'm not going to lick this, guys, so please don't ask to say lick it. Right? It's just rather not. I know you guys have got a thing about lick. Oh, news update. Bronson nearly got done by a cat this morning. I was pissing myself laughing. There was a pure white cat standing next to the car, and what was funny, the cat didn't move, and it literally was about that much away. Right, the cat nearly beat him up. Mr. Worms, I kid you not, I couldn't stop laughing. Right, I couldn't film because I was too busy pissing myself. The cat was that much away, it just stood, arched its back, hissed at him. Bronson didn't even move, he froze because he didn't know what to do. And as they went to go forward, the cat hissed, swiped at him, and as he swiped, he went bloody ballistic. That's it, he went like a Furby. He just put all his fur up and he wanted to kill it. He nearly wrenched my arms out of my sockets. I had to put all my weight to stop him at the end of the day. I'm not joking. I couldn't stop laughing. It was one of the funniest. The fucking cat run for its life. I bet he thought, fuck, I met me match here. I better literally just leg it. The cat just bolted. It was gone. At the end, Bronson just went mental. He just well, they named him well. Obviously named after the nutter. He literally just lost the plot. He just didn't like the cat one bit at the end of the day. I've never laughed so much. Seriously, it killed me through laughter. So I thought, unbelievable. So yeah, that was really, really funny. So what we're going to do, we're going to try this one, and we'll put this one on. But yeah, done by a cat, and the cat swiped him. It didn't draw no blood or anything, but it did enough swipe at him, east, and then legged it. Obviously, it must have wound him up because the dog just went ballistic. Fucking dog didn't. He went, right, that's it. I'm gonna have him now. It's just fucking gone from me at the end of it, and that was it. I couldn't stop laughing. It was just really funny. It's always cats versus dogs. I don't know what's going on lately. I really don't. But yeah, funny as hell. It really tickled me. That one made me laugh. Right. So we've got that one plugged in. So what we're going to do, we're going to plug. Okay. It's the only thing with cats and dogs. They never ever. I mean, don't get me wrong. All dogs and cats normally do get on with each other, but not always. Obviously, Ponson's not really one for getting on with any other animals. But he must have had reason to, because the cat done him. Yeah, the bloody cat done him. Funny as hell. Now, obviously, I ain't switched none of this on yet, so. Oh. Well, we got a blank picture. I thought it was switched off. So, should have a reset button. Yeah, I didn't get a picture with that composite. Right, okay, well that's interesting. So that could indicate that this has got an issue with the composite side at the end of it. So this is what I'm saying about further diagnosing the board, because that should have worked, but we're going to test the other one anyway. So what I'm going to do, switch this off, right? I'll pull the composite out, right? We'll plug in the SCART, right? I'll leave it plugged into the back of it. We'll put the SCART one in. So this still could have a composite issue. Because like you said, 1040 should work on composite. Or maybe it doesn't have, that's why it don't have work on plugs other than the same socket. It uses a different, yes, I think you're right. I think it might do that, Mr. Worms. I think, yeah, because it uses the same pin. It uses this square pin system. So it can only go in, because the other one's for the drive itself, for the actual for the monitor, which again we could try on the monitor. We have got the monitor side, so we're going to plug the monitor in. I can grab it. I know where it is. It's right over there. But yeah, that was funny as hell. That's enough tickled me. Right, so yeah, I only used the composite. It was 5 minutes before I packed it up and seen it. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, obviously we've got a. So this really could cancel to look into it more. So obviously we've got a white picture. We've still got a white picture. Wow. So there's still an issue with this, by the looks of it. Weren't you saying that? You said you did get a picture. Which is a bit strange, because it's all plugged in. I can still put that down to monitor. This might still be okay. That's weird, isn't it? Because the red light's on. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one, that. Yeah, you're getting a white screen with no disc in it. Yeah, that's yeah. Try a different TV. Yeah, I think I will. I think what I do, I've got the original monitor, right? So the original monitor is right over in that corner. The keyboard, etc. Yeah, unplug. Actually, that's a good question. Let me unplug the keyboard. Right. Let's take the keyboard out. Good shout out, Chris. Let me just plug that back in again and let you quickly just test. Because it might be. Yeah, I never had any of that. Just a white screen. That's what that noise is, because its keyboard's not plugged in. That's strange, isn't it? Right, okay. I'll tell you what. I'll unplug the GoTech, right? Obviously, Mr. Worms did show me this working, so I don't doubt that for 1 second, but that's weird. That. Right, plugged it in again. So it's right back to with nothing plugged in. That's weird. It doesn't like the GoTech system. Wow. Right. Okay. Let me plug the keyboard back in then to stop that blinking noise. That's weird, isn't it? What? How weird is that? Yeah, both of them worked. That is weird. So it don't like the GoTech. Right, give me a minute, guys. Let me see if I can guide these pins in like that. Lovely. Right, we've got the pins plugged in. We switch her back on. Now we've got a red light. Oh, bomb. We've got 2 bombs on the screen. Never seen that before. Ah. No, it's bombing out. That's weird, isn't it? Wow. That's weird. I've never had that issue before. It's got 2 bombs on it. Obviously, we got rid of that. Yeah, that's EMOM. That's an EMOM issue. Oh right. Yeah, both bombs mean the memories usually. I didn't get them. No, obviously all I've done was plug the keyboard in. So the keyboard's lit up, and it's just got 2 bombs on the screen. That's bloody weird, isn't it? So obviously, like, I wonder what that is. The bombs equal memory issue. That never happened here. What? Because I plugged it. Yeah, but if I unplug the keyboard, the bombs go away. It boots up. Look. So I'll unplug the keyboard. Right. Keyboard is now unplugged, and then try the key. And yeah, and so it'll boot up. It'll work without the keyboard. Obviously. No, it didn't. It's come up with the bomb again. Ah, I wonder if another one's just failed. That's why that never happened to me. That's weird. No, it's coming up constantly. I don't know. That is weird. No, it's just coming up with 2 bombs now. So, does that indicate then another part of the RAM's just failed? That's mad. I've never had that before. Nothing else is plugged into that board. You can see it. It's just bog standard. Yeah, I don't even know how you turned the power off. Have you and then plugging it back, plugging in and out and stuff. I mean, I've got to admit that one stumped me. That is because that was, like you said, that was fully working, which you guys just see. We plugged it all back in on that front, so it looks like now. Press down on one of them chips. Yeah, I think I will. No, ain't making no difference, Mr. Worms. You have no drive connected. So is that normal? Well, actually, that's a good question. Would that be because, mind you, if you've got no drives, how comes then it didn't go? Yeah, because when I unplugged it, it did boot up. Is that normal? Yeah. Obviously, if you unplug it, it will boot up with two bombs equal no. Oh right, two bombs equal no drive. So now it's probably looking for a drive. Let's connect the drive. I think so we'll put the GoTech back in. So the bombs equal no drive. See how finicky bloody these things are. I'll plug that back in, so we're going to connect it, and we're going to plug this switches back on to see if we get anything. Nope, still get two bombs. I still get two bombs on the screen. I didn't get that. It works without no drive and no keyboard, but I've got no bombs. No, so obviously this has developed another issue. Show the second screen on the GoTech. So GoTech's working. Shows what firmware it's running at, which is 3.44. So the GoTech's got power to it, but we're just getting bombed screens at the end. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, right? This was the original board that wasn't, obviously we got a black screen at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug this, right? Let's take this out. I'm going to have to watch it because this is quite hot at the moment. Last thing I'm going to do is just switch that off. I don't want to get zapped in the process. Right, so I'm going to push that to one side just for a minute. Take this bolt out. Come on. Oh, it won't because, yeah, there you go. So, right, I'm going to take this board out. Have you used a USB stick on that? Yes, I have. What we'll do, I'll show you what it should do, right? Now, obviously, this was the fully working one before I decided to butcher it, and I'll show you exactly what it should do with nothing else plugged in. So it'll do exactly the same thing again, right? So we're going to plug this one back in here, right? So this one's all wired up, same thing again, right? So no keyboard, no mouse, right? There's the wires. That's for the GoTech system, for it to go into the back. That's just for the power supply. But I'll show you what you should do when you power this up. So as you see, exactly the same. No process, nothing. Watch what happens when you turn her on. Right. Should just boot straight into the screen. There you go. So you can clearly see we got a working Atari, hence the thing, right? It shouldn't bomb, and it's the exact same way, right? At the end of it, it's a perfect picture. So what I'll do, I'll turn it off to stop that bloody annoying noise. I'll plug the keyboard back in without the GoTech. That will just take out that hum noise, right? So when I boot her back up, now the noise is gone. Obviously you have to wait a minute or two, but that's it, fully working. Now there's no Gotek drive in this, none. So obviously that bomb would rather be a RAM or one of the other ICs that failed at some point in its time. But I don't quite understand that was working, which you clearly see. I unplugged everything and it was working. Now we've got a bomb on the screen. Yeah, so there might be a mother and memory issue on that, but I'm tending to agree with you there, Mr. Worms. I think obviously now it's started to get power. It's developed. Obviously we have got an issue on that front. So yeah. Is Dave's Unbraided in? Oh, I didn't know it was Dave's Unbraided. I didn't see him pop. Oh, mind you. Am I on top chat? No, I'm on live chat. In the day. So yeah, which board isn't working? The revision A board. This is the revision D, which you can clearly see it here. The Rev A one is got the issues, got the bombs. This is working lovely. So obviously, and it is, and I'll prove it because I'll put the Gotek system back in, which I did take out originally at the end of the day. So let me put the revision, let me put the board back in. It ain't gonna stop this from loading. So if you look at the way this goes in, the red goes at one end. That's it. There you go. So the hard drive lights and all that have got to be facing all to the top. That's the way I've done it. Because I had to extend it because this one obviously it's got a failed. It had a failed drive. So now that will extend lovely. It goes way past it. So we'll switch her back on. Oh, except the TV decided to turn off. Right. Hold up, guys. Right, obviously I've got that round the wrong way. There you go. There you go. So obviously we should have a working screen. We're saying that obviously we've obviously not got that. That's strange, isn't it? So it's not working with the Gotek system. But the light's gone out. Now it's come back on. That's weird. It's not working with the Gotek system now. Okay. Unplug it. Let's take this back out. Let's try that again. This is the only thing with Atari boards. How finicky they are. Yeah, it's come back on. That's weird, isn't it? Where we couldn't test that, yeah. That's probably why you told him, like, to press on the IC chips, yeah. Yeah, not as the expensive ones, no. I mean, yeah, obviously, possibly, the odd one that I never bombed out, I think it might be the socket issue. Right, so that could obviously mean that the... this one's is fully working, but when I plugged into the IC, for some reason, let me just double check to make sure I've got the right one on there. Yeah, so the orange one goes at the far end. So the far end, which is this one here. So the orange one would be orange. Yeah, that's how these would go. So I don't quite understand why that is not powering that up. It's a very strange situation. It should really work it, to be totally honest. Switch it back on. Gotek's lighting up, but we're not getting no picture. As soon as I plug the Gotek in, we're just getting the red light going, staying on. That's weird. I've never had that. Wow. Got a green light underneath. Well, that's a bit of a weird one, because if I unplug the power supply at the end of the day, it'll sort of go out. But it shouldn't bomb. We shouldn't get a bomb on it, on that one. No, it's still not. Even with the power supply unplugged on it. Hold up, guys. Let me just try something the other way for a minute. I want to try something. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No. Weird. It for some reason it's not having the Gotek. It's not having the Gotek drive work it. I'm just seeing if we have got that round the right way, so which I'm just double checking. Which it is. It's definitely round the right way. So I don't quite understand why this is not booting up. It's weird. It won't. It did before, but not now. It ain't. It's mad. So I mean, mad these Ataris. Try flipping it. I just tried that. That's exactly what I just tried. Yeah, look, it's booted up without the driving. So obviously, because I thought, oh, it might be a drive issue or something like that, but no. The only other way is to take the original drive out. So the Gotek could be the issue. It could be, but we should still get a screen on the other one though, which we didn't. We got a bomb instead. But this was working because I took the Gotek out of it, obviously, because I know, because I've got the file here with the USB side, so it's got all this stuff on it. That's mad. That don't make sense. Yeah, that might be a memory socket or IC issue. Yeah, what, for it not to post? Yeah, that is seriously weird. I'm gonna push down on the IC. Oh, I've just pushed down on the IC. And the picture went white. All right, okay. I've just pushed down on that, and the IC, and it went white. Yeah, it's come back now. So look, I'll keep it down. Watch. There's nothing under it. I'll push down on some of the ICs. All right. Not going too mad. Just putting finger tightness. I did touch that, and then the picture went white. No, I ain't doing it now, Mr. Worms. It did do. I did touch it and it went white. Oh, we are. It's done it again. It's gone white. So, obviously, it's come back. So we've got the screen's come back. But as soon as I'm pushing on these two, right, like I said, I'm not going mad. It's not doing it again. Oh yeah, here we go. It's gone white again. So It's just gone like a white picture. So let's see if it comes back on. Yeah, it's come back on. Yeah, that's weird, that, isn't it? But it should still work, the Gotek. I wonder what that issue could be. I'm not sure. Yeah, me too. I'm lost. Yeah, I am, Chris, on that front. Yeah, one of them boards or probes. It's probably a socket issue. Yeah, me too. I'm not sure which one works and then which one don't. If they both are, if they both. Oh, hold up! It's going mental. It's now doing that. It's jumping all over the place. I ain't even touched it. No. Hold up! It's now gone mad. Let me turn it off. Oh no! He's that one's literally gone down on that front. Let me switch it back on. No, I didn't even touch that. I'm going to leave that on for a bit so you guys can see. I'm not going to touch the board. Right, it seemed to... There's both seem broken now. Mr. Worms, I haven't touched it, sir. Obviously, I'll keep my hands up. I'm not... Look, hands up. Look, hands are not touching, right? So, I just want to show you I'm not touching the board. I didn't touch it, and I ain't going to touch it, right? I did tell you how finicky bloody Atari boards are. They're a bloody nightmare. I thought, oh, for crying out loud. It ain't doing it now. It did earlier on. I did touch it. It went bloody ballistic. That's weird. It's stable now. Yeah. But, what should I do? Do you reckon I should take out the 520, right? Take this board back out and plug the all the other bits. Yeah. Playing with the memory ICs is probably like... While it's on, probably it's not a good thing. No, I totally agree with you there. So it's probably not a good thing probing it and prodding it around. You know, it's bad enough with the WAN capacitors. Well, the WAN capacitors are bad enough as it is. But the Gotek was working. Obviously, well, we ain't now on that front. It don't like the... It don't like, but the other board you did show me it work, and it did for a brief second. It did work, but obviously we've got a couple of bombs on it now on that front, which is bloody frustrating. But I don't know why it won't boot. It won't post with the thing on it. Both worked here. Yeah, I know you did. I see it for myself, which it did because I plugged it in. You did see it. It did have a green screen, so I plugged the keyboard in. And in the Gotek, and it obviously didn't like it, which was weird. Yeah, I know you have, Mr. Worms. I did see it, my friend. In that front, don't worry about it. I mean, at the end of the day, look, it's working, right? To a certain degree, it is working, right? So it's not as if it wasn't working, because I'll give it to you, not working. But I had no issues. Yeah, that's right. You didn't. That is very true, my friend. You did not have no. You didn't have no drive, and you didn't have no keyboard. So it was. It did not work on. Also, oh yeah, yes. While we're on this subject, let me leave the keyboard unplugged. Let's try the same one again on the composite, which you did. You did say it didn't work. So we'll try the composite back onto this, which I'm going to plug her back in, which I've got this one. This is obviously the working one on that front, so let me give her a plug in and see what we can get. Unbelievable. I hate tech. This is the only thing with retro tech stuff at the end of it. No, we've got a black screen. So I can only put that down to that it's down to leads. It doesn't like the leads. Let me turn it down. Thank God for that, because that noise is annoying as hell at the end of the day. So yeah, so obviously you're right. You just get a black screen. So composite for the output, for some reason, it doesn't like it. Okay, it must have its reasons. But it works on the start side, so which is weird. Well, we'll put that to one side anyway. The main thing is we have, but I don't quite understand why it's not working with the GoTech system. Oh God. Which is bloody weird as hell, because as soon as we switch her on with that, so obviously the output is working, so that I can only put that down to the, well, I don't know, it's different pins in the socket from the component output, so there might be an issue with both with the same. Yeah, I totally agree. That's the conclusion I got on that front. Unless, see, the outputs of these Atari boards, they're so finicky. You know, obviously that front, but the GoTech system really should just work. This is obviously the pretty sure, did I screw it in this side? I think I did. I think that was the side it should have been screwed in, because the standoffs were here. I don't recall flipping this upside down. So this obviously is the right way, that where this should go. And we'll consume that, because what I'll do, I'll take this off at the end of the day. We'll pull this off, right, which we have, right. So we'll pull it off just to confirm that this has got no issues of it being saying, oh, well, you might put the terminals around the wrong way. I'm going to prove that. Take that out. We'll plug that back in now. We'll plug that back on, and we see if we get anything. We obviously, but we don't. We just get a white screen, which is bloody weird. That is, and the GoTech is working. I can see it. Flash drive in it. So obviously it is plugged in right. We should have got something from the GoTech system, but nothing. That's weird. And that's plugged in directly, so obviously you can clearly see. That is the weirdest thing I've. See what I mean with bloody Atari boards? They're so. I think the trouble with these type of boards is that how finicky these are to work on. They are vintage stuff. It's never straightforward with vintage. Never, ever. Yeah. You did say that it did not work, so you flipped the wires. So yeah, there might have been the wires are the wrong way round. Yeah, this is the way it's supposed to have gone, because obviously the GoTech goes at the, because otherwise the writing would be upside down. But we're not getting no power, which is weird. Because look, there's no power going to it. Well, it does there. Then it's sort of like, which is weird, but we're not getting nothing on the screen. But you had the screen, yeah. This is what I'm saying. It's a weird system. At the end of it, I've never had this issue before. Like you said, that goes to show exactly what they're like. but it is still, for some reason, power's getting to it, but we're not getting nothing on the disk drive itself from the, even though there's power to it, but it's not bringing up the rest on the screen, which is really weird. Just want to feel the rest of these. Are these getting warm? But you unplug it, it works. Obviously. What about if you stick in with a game on? That's actually a good drive. Or the other aspect is, I'll take out the original drive from the 520, sling it into the 1040, because the drives are obviously, it's only the ribbon cable and this cable, but they do work. Perhaps it could be a Gotek system issue that obviously, because look, if I turn this off, look, it posts, which you can clearly see. You watch with nothing plugged in. Yeah, it's posted, which is weird. I mean, it's posted on there with nothing plugged in, no keyboard, no mouse, no drive. As soon as I put the drive on, what about if I put the keyboard back and the thing back on it? Let's see if that makes a difference. Perhaps it's got to make a complete circuit. I don't know. I mean, that is weird. I've never come across that issue, but then I don't know what Ataris are like. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea there, Chris. So I think what we'd do, we'll put I'll slide this one in, put this one in here. Right, so we won't get that annoying hiss. So the keyboard's plugged in and the Gotek's plugged in. Well, the Gotek's lit up, so in theory it should all be put back. So I'm going to plug the Gotek. I'm going to plug the thing in on here. Yeah, it's bloody worked. Do you know? So how's that worked then? How the friggin' hell has that worked? Good. That was actually a good cry out, Chris. Yay! We got a Gotek issue. So clearly, yeah, I can't test that. Yeah. Well, that's mad. Oh, the Gotek's gone off now. The Gotek's gone off. It's gone. Oh no! All right. So it must go into. So, obviously, floppy disk. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and move the cursor over. Well, it's working with the Gotek thing on it. Obviously now I've got to do that, and it's normally that and shift, isn't it? That's weird. Actually, let me plug in the mouse, guys. Let's see if I can plug the mouse in, because obviously I can't do it. The bloody thing here. The keyboard is one of them finicky type bloody keyboards. When you're trying to plug things in, it won't work it. Well, I don't know why, but it just for some reason it just don't want to work the. Could be. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen that one before, seriously, I haven't. That one's new on me. Yeah. That's what I'm saying about the drive. Here, look, I found the drive. Gotcha. Mr. Swindon. Is that the trace repair one? Yeah, it is, my friend. Yeah, this is the one that Mr. Worms obviously done a wonderful job on that front. So, Mr. Worms, this was the faulty drive that come out of here, right? And it says it wasn't working. It just stayed on. This is what I'm saying about that cutout design, what they put on it. But if you look at the size of it, it's bigger than the Gotek. Obviously, that's why they've done it, because the 520 sat back here. So you've got that much extra. Yeah, it's bloody huge. I took it apart, but obviously the laser in these go bad. Obviously it can't pick up, so, and you can't buy the lasers for these, because that's why, if you have a look, the Ataris and the Amigas, with these, that's why they sell them as 40. So yeah, schlong. So fucking length of it, and I'll tell you what, that's quite weighty. You threw that, it's like an ass brick. Obviously, if you've got a football supporter you don't support, just lob it out the window. So catch. You think, you know, it's all right. It's only a 40 drive. It's no good to anyone anyway. So yeah, but that will catch your eye on that one. I'm telling you. Yeah, well, I've got some soot in here. What is? Can you guys remember? Do you know what? I haven't played it for the Amiga, right? On the Amiga, you just hold shift, the two shifts and the run button at the end of the day. Do you know what? I forgot. I ain't using the Atari for so bloody long, right? There's got to be a way of engaging the drive without the keyboard command. Andy, can't you use some software for that? I'm sure there must be some open source for that does it for you. I'm lurking. I'm still doing me books. I've had 39 transactions needed to link for invoices, and can't you, Mr. Swindon, on I was going to say there's who's the Joey Does Tech. On his website, he's got Sally Spectacular, the sheep thing. Can't you download his sheep thing and then sort of like do it that way? Obviously, if that might help you on your PC or something, because he always leaves links in descriptions, and I'm sure he had that as like a PDF, and you open it up and you can then edit it, the PDF side. Oh, you use QuickBooks, right? Okay. Obviously, that's the only thing when you're doing invoices and other bits and pieces. I'm gonna do that again. Just see if that boots up. Yeah, I'm not. Now it's booting up now, Mr. Worms. So that's bloody weird. So that's weird. It wouldn't do that before. It weren't doing that before, but obviously it's fully working again now. That's absolutely mad. It's my fault. I really should do them. So I'm gonna go along. Not once a month. Yeah, that's the only thing. When you've got like invoices to write out, obviously especially when you're running a business, you've got to keep account of all what you've got coming in and what you're spending out. Obviously, you've got to get bits and pieces. You have to buy out, components and other bits and pieces. So you don't know if you're eating into profit or you're losing profit at the end of the day. This is the idea of keeping everything, you're trying to be professional as possible by trying to keep on top. But remember, when you're trying to do repairs and then you've got no accountant, so you're trying to do a repair and be an accountant at the same time. Not the easiest thing to do, when you're mismatching and you're trying to do, it's hard because when you finish, you're just knackered. You don't want to be doing anything else while thinking, bloody pizza, I've got to do bloody invoicing. at the end of the day. So yeah, I can relate to that. I know what it's like. So it's all like on the go all the time. But that's weird. That won't work before, but now it's like fully working. So I could say, at least we have got the full working Atari, but back up and running. But I don't know why the other one just come up with the bombs, which is really weird. But I forgot on the commands. Let me see what the command is to try and for the Atari ST. Atari ST, how to boot a game without mouse. The auto boot method, there you go. Hold down ALT and insert. Ah, right, okay. Hold down ALT and insert, or right click, ALT clear home. Right, okay, so basically put it over. So it's ALT or insert. Oh, there you go. There you go. Now we've got some bit action on the screen now. So we have now got some icons on the screen. So let me go back then. So let me go into that. It should have automatically blocked that out. So right, so clear and home. Let's see if we can get that should be it. I mean, really, that should just ALT and clear home should activate it. Most of the games you shouldn't see in green in desktop. It should just boot. Normally, I totally agree. When you're inserting it, that's what I thought, Chris. I thought that it should auto boot. Yeah, there's auto. I've never had that. I've never had this one before where you've got to fuck about. It should just automatically boot. Oh, there you go. Auto. Right, program. Here we go. So I might be able to click onto the program. It's definitely opening it up now. Right, didn't like that one. So okay. Sorry, there's a disk error option. Oh, great, lovely. So, do you want me to send you a disk image to try? Have you got one? And then what? Boot it to the actual. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, please, Chris, put it on the Discord. I'll boot the other PC up, right? And I'll take this out. Just, I'm pretty sure it should just automatically boot. I've never had this before. On that front, put it on Discord, Chris. I'll have a quick look. I boot the other PC up, download, because I've got Discord on here anyway, put it onto my Discord page, and then I'll just... Has it got to be formatted in FAT32? I'm pretty sure it has. Chris knows his stuff when it comes to modding. Yeah, he's really good, Chris. But there is games on it, so that's what I don't understand. It should just boot up. I'm pretty sure, if I'm right in saying, Mr. Worms, you shouldn't have to go into the program manually. You should be able to just boot it, put the disc in, like the image, and then that should be it. Yeah, look, it's now not posting again. That's weird. Yeah, I know nothing about with Ataris and mods, but we're not getting no picture, which you just clearly see that we did have a picture. I'm now not getting a post again. That's, oh, bloody hell. That is weird as... I've never known it. So, Mr. Worms, what did you have today? Did you have pot noodle or sausages? Obviously. Oh, yeah. It's bloody come back up. Let's try that again. Right, I ain't going to touch it. Let's see, have a look to see what's causing that. That's weird. I've never had that issue before. Nothing. I'm out of food. No, as I'm out of food. Oh, poor Mr. Worm. That's what I said to you, my friend. You should have kept that. You should have kept that money. I'll give you. You could have got some shopping with that. Obviously, you could have bought loads of sausages and pot noodles, which ain't a bad thing. They are quite yummy, I've got to admit. Obviously, Mr. Worm, poor Mr. Worm. He's out of pot noodles and out of bangers. Yeah, Chris is pretty good on that front, so hopefully, I'm just going onto the Discord and just having a quick look. Let me let me quickly format the PC, the other one on there, and I'm going to format that into XX FAT. Right, okay. There you go. Right, so that is that done. Discord. Car4, Chris. Ace. Chris. So, pretty sure Chris did so. Yeah, let's come back up there, Worms. So, yeah, that is weird. I've never had that issue. So, basically, what you've got to do, if there's no image, you leave it. It just goes into it just goes into this mode. Yeah, because Chris sent me he sent me some bits for my I think it was for my original Xbox, me OG, on that front. So yeah, it looks like but it's weird. Obviously, we've got image on there when you just leave it. I don't know. Yeah, that is mad. But why is the other one decided? Sean Conway, thank you for popping on, my friend. Oh, and don't forget the Furby. The Furby's sitting chilling out in the background, so it's overlooking. So because obviously Mr. NK was on one last night and he fucking had me in tears of laughter. He said, effing Furbies. He said, chill and relax, I blame him. He started it all off. Sorry, Mr. NK, if you're lurking in the background, I didn't mean to. Obviously, the Furbies have obviously got to you. I've still got his picture on my phone. I think it's legendary. absolutely. That stays on my phone. Obviously, it's like a birthday wish with all the Furbies. Obviously, don't make the Furby. That's all right. It's all right, of course. Like I took the batteries out, so obviously you ain't gonna be going on about ping pong and pizzas. Obviously, poor Mr. MK was obviously traumatised by that. He done his pray. First of all, he started off nicely, and then all I heard was, "Oh, for fuck's sake, I feel suicidal." I put a game on Discord. Try that. Right, thank you, Chris. Let me. Obviously, that was actually quite funny. That made me laugh, especially with that Furby hanging in the background. Right, let me grab. Let's go into my. Yeah, that's actually quite funny. Here we go, Turrican. Yeah, yes. Right. So we've got a Turrican 2 ST file. Right. Oh, Jesus. So, we're going to go into that. Oh, it's C drive. That should just open it, really. I'm not being funny. That should be now on there. Yeah, it is on there. Cool. Right. File is on there. It's a little file. Put the back in drive in. You have to put it in upside down. No, it's not showing up on there, Chris. I've put it on there. 32 kilobytes. Is it got to be formatted into FAT32? I'll put it into. I don't think it is in FAT32, but it's not showing up. Mind you, is there a limit on cards? This is a 256 gigabyte. That's probably another reasons why. If I remember correctly, you can't put large cards on these. These don't recognise it. Oh, for crying out loud! I bet I'm right. I bet that's why. Yeah, it has to be in fact. Oh, I fucking knew it was going to be. I knew he was going to say that. I just had an inkling it was going to be a FAT32 file. Let me grab one of these. And also, I think there's a limit on these. These don't like big cards. You can't insert them. So I'll have to plug this one in. Let me boot up Disk Genius. Got to open up Disk Genius, format it in FAT32. Yeah, that's it. And then I can erase, delete quick partition. Quick partition. Right, the partition on there is changing, it's not saved, are you sure? Yes. Right, here we go. So we want to go GPT customs 1, 300 meg, FAT32. Put that system label. We're just going to leave that empty. Customs. Lovely. So I'll go to properties. That should be now FAT32, which it is. So I can now go into downloads, token, scene 2. Yay! All done. Lovely. Right. It only takes a few seconds, so hopefully, obviously, I'm going to try this one there. Now, this one's a 16 gigabyte. Yes, and it now sees Turrican. Yay! Right, so should see it's now seeing Turrican on there. So obviously, auto. Load program. Should load it. Yay! It actually works. Thanks, Chris. He's a top geezer, isn't he? Eh? There you go. So, right, there's limits on the, obviously, the file size. Can't put a 256 gigabyte on these because it won't work. Yeah, he knows he does. He is. Oh, yeah, this one's got T for trainer. Even better. And yeah, do you want infinite this takes me back, right? This is what I love about the Ataris and the Amigas. And it goes to show the game's cracked, right? So it says, do you want infinite life? Of course we want infinite lives. Do you want invisibility? Of course we want invisibility. Start entry levels, we're going to start at level 1. Right. Do you want to be able to skip to the next section by pressing? No, we don't, actually. So we want to start from fresh. Right. Fuck me, how are you supposed to read that? Even I can't see that with my goggles on at the end of the day. So, yeah, it looks like it's... But, obviously I can't have the music. Copyright! Obviously, I know Mr. Swindon is it copyright? Oh, for crying out loud. Well, it did start off all right. Now we've got a black screen. Oh, bugger. We got that. Sorry, I don't know. That just tickles me every time. Copyright. I'm going to have that as my screensaver. Obviously, get notification. Mum go, what the fucking hell you got on your phone? No, Mr. Chris, we've got a black screen. Obviously, don't like the cheating. Oh, for crying out loud. Right, okay, we'll try it again. We won't put none of the cheats on, right? We'll start that again on that front. That did make that always ends up. Yeah, no, it's bloody auto booted. No, I didn't even touch that. So like, this won't get copyrighted because obviously it's made up music. So obviously. No, we're not going to put no cheats on, right? So we'll just leave it. But obviously now we're getting music. Actually, the Atari was obviously creating 512 mega RAMs. Please wait. So it's the RAMs detected. So this uses if your disk image is 750k long, some files will have to be loaded from the disk. Wow. But we're getting something. At least we're getting something. Oh, so I can't use the bloody I can't use that 256 gigabyte fucking. Now the Amiga that sees that actually works. You know. Oh, there you go. She's working. Obviously, you just got to leave it. I'm too impatient. I just want it done. Just get it done. Hurry up. So you think, Rainbow Arts. Actually, I think the Atari was It was an underrated computer. Obviously, it was popular at its time before the Amiga come out. Obviously, the Amiga was much more advanced than the Atari. They put speech synthesizer chips in. Graphics was better at the end of the day, but I still think the Atari still holds out. But there is there's a massive difference between that and the Amiga. Yeah, no, the Amiga the Amiga was so much better. It obviously, but that's right. But you've got it working, yeah. It's a shame about the other one though, isn't it? Obviously, wonder why that decided for that not to stop working on that front. But she's obviously Turrican's up and running. But we now know that this board is officially back up and running, so it's not a loss. At least Mr. Worms got my board back up. It would have been nice to have the board, which it would have to actually saying that yeah we did have this. So yeah, but again thanks to Chris. But you should have to go into them programs mainly. You should be able to auto boot, and that's it. You should just see the game and automatically detect like it just did there. So yeah, thanks, Chris. That just goes to show. So what we're going to do, right? I'll yeah, look. If I reset it, that should just boot straight into that. It should just go straight into the game, which it does. That's the way it should have done. So I know for a fact that is fully working. But this board is working, right? So what we're going to do, I'm going to unplug this board, right? I'm going to go back to the other board. It just bugs me why that was working and it decided to not work at the end of it. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, it is what it is. Mr. Worms at least Mr. Worms has now socketed all mine. So if I have got any bad like RAM, I can swap it out on that aspect. So that's one good aspect. I don't have to worry about none of this into it. So let's pull this power supply out. Yeah, says right, that's it. That power supply is out, right? So I'm going to put that to one side. Take this board out. That is weird. I mean, look. I'm still pointing onto the water fucking TV. Look, so at least we know that this board is back up and running, which is great. I think that's it definitely. It's a shame about the other one, really, why it's developed that type of issue where it says no, it's not working today. We're not having, which is really weird. So I'm going to plug. Oh yeah, I can feel the heat from that board. These board, I'll tell you what, these power supplies get incredibly hot. They just get incredibly hot. But it should, in theory, it should have just worked straight off the bat. It shouldn't really have any issues. I'm not going to plug no keyboard and mouse onto this, right, or the GoTech drive. I'm just going to flip it back on. Oh, well, it would help if I put the power supply. There you go. I wonder if that could be. Obviously, there's nothing plugged into this because obviously this is how Mr. Worms got it. Just that, but the bomb's not coming up no more. But we're just stuck on a white screen. That's weird. Who? Did you ever turn it on there? All right. Carfor. Mr. Carfor's in, yes. Mr. Carfor, I was only saying about earlier on to send stuff to Sweden. You wasn't in the stream, my friend. Yeah, I found out to send an item to Sweden, right? The cheapest UK postage, they go by weight, right? Obviously not private. It's not a business because obviously business is more expensive. Yeah, it was one way. It was nearly £54 in UK money one way, and that's up to 7 kg. Anything above 7 kg it spikes up to nearly £90 in like money. It's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. I didn't expect. That's just one way. At the end of the day, that's without that being returned. It'll be the same going back at the end of it, which is absolutely gobsmacking. I did not expect it to be that much. That I totally agree. It's crazy. So yeah. That's probably why I meant it, because I was waiting for you to come on. I thought, I'll do a stream. Obviously, I want to test these boards out on that front. But I'm just as gobsmacked, sir, as you. Absolutely 100% gobsmacked. I did not expect it to be that expensive. It's not even. I thought sending stuff to Australia was ludicrous, but not to Sweden. Australia was even further on that front, but to send that, wow. I mean, obviously the UK must have, obviously, if that ain't making money, I don't know what they call it. I mean, obviously I'm going to be looking at roughly around about the time that would have got boxed on there. Put that in a box with the, actually I've got the, give me 1 minute. Without the box, that will tell me roughly what I would be looking at. Right, well that's interesting. Right. So, without it being boxed, it weighs 2 kg, just 1.7 kg, without that being boxed. So, that's without all the wrapping. So, the time you had wrapping, put the box on. So, I suppose even at just if that was just under 5 kg, that would still be in the region roughly around about £36, which in UK money, which sounds about right. On that front, and them scales are pretty accurate. They're only out by a little bit, a tiny little bit, but even so, it goes to show. I've still got to find a box. I won't really know until I wrap it all up, pull it all in a box, and then get the true weight on that front. No, Mr. Worms, this is not even posting. That's not even posted now, which is strange. All right, it's gone from a black screen to a white screen. It's obviously we've got a white screen now instead of a black, which is good because it's just got a white screen. Yeah, I don't know what he did there. That is weird, but the chips seem stone cold. Obviously, now this is why I'm waiting for my thermal cam, because then you can see what's getting warm and what ain't. Thankfully, that's not my work. No, which is not, because if I remember correctly, this was already socketed, right? Yes, I was just going to say, all you done was remove one IC. Now, if that's the case, would that also, because blank screens, when you get things like that, that would also point towards RAM issue again, couldn't it? So yeah. Yeah, and it did post. Yeah, it was posted. So yeah, it was. We did actually see the green thing that popped up. Whack the drive in, and yes, actually, you read my mind, sir. It's exactly what I was going to do. Perhaps it might be one of these things where it might not work until you plug everything back in. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Can you see what I'm saying now, Mr. Worms? Touchy these drives, touchy these Atari boards are. I mean, my God, you've only got to just bleed touch these things, and they do not like being mucked about left, right, and centre. The Amigas are the exact same. So right, switch her on. Well, the Gotek's working. No, we got loads of bombs now. We got loads of bombs. So I wonder what that means. Let me take the thing out and then try that again. Are they bad? I don't. That's good, or is that a memory I see? See, it's not bombing now. Maybe no. Here we go. The bomb's just come back up. So I wonder what the bomb means. Obviously, this must be an error code. Obviously, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 bombs strapped to the screen. So that's memory. Right, okay. So obviously, what's actually happened then, why this is posted, it's obviously, now obviously we're putting everything back to it, the memory's refailed again at the end of the day. Obviously now it can't post there. Now I know for a fact these sockets were already socketed, but if I remember correctly, we just had memory. Because like you said, obviously you've replaced one memory. That means there could be another failed memory in this now, on there, or that could be the socket. Right. So obviously, well, that's a pisser, isn't it? Obviously, we was doing so well on that front. Obviously, one failed MC on that one, and the chip failed. Pull one out and reinsert it. Actually, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Let me unplug. Let me turn this off. Obviously, you don't need the keyboard into this. I hate taking these things out. And one of my biggest pet hates, but lucky enough, I got the tool to pull out. Now, I know one of these was they've all had Japan in, isn't it? Press, right, the square IC next to the memory is the controller. Right, okay. So the memory is the next to the controller. So I assume one of these ICs, bin. Mr. Worms is definitely 100. I have to agree with you there, sir. It gets to that point where it just says, yeah, pull it in. Yeah, press on them ICs. Yeah, because like you said, it could be a chip related issue. Because they've all got Japan on it. One of these had Japan, didn't they? And you said put it in the bin, which I did. That's the one that failed. Crying out loud. Let's just switch that back on for a minute. No. We've just got 3 bombs on the screen. Are they metal clamp down things? I think they are. I think they on the actual things itself. Yeah. I think that's like a shield that they put onto that. That's weird. I've never. It wouldn't be a WAN capacitor that failed, would it? WAN capacitor. Oh no, it's a WAN capacitor that's failed. Yep. Yeah, that was. Yeah, it's a dodgy. There might be dodgy, cheap sockets. That's the trouble. Well, that's funny, Mr. Worms. As soon as I'm touching this one, the screen just went. It obviously, and I only pressed down on that. I'm getting a noise, right? Watch. So you can see. Then it comes up with bombs on the screen. So I don't know if that could actually be a dodgy socket or something. Like you said. as soon as I touch this one, now I know for a fact one of these is what's named on it. You move it and reinsert it. No, it's not doing it now. The contact cleaner might have something to do with that. Yeah. Yeah, there's metal clamps. One of them is the memory controllers. I think that's right. But then remember, I'm pushing down on the board, so it could have flexed the board or something, and it was probably just coincidence at the end of it. But yeah, we're definitely not getting nothing coming up on the screen. Yeah. It's like you said, one of these is the memory ICs at the end of it. But then if another one of these has failed, I mean, we had a black screen before, would one give a white screen? I'll turn it off and put the keyboard back in, because that is weird, because we got about 8 come up on this screen. The funny thing is, when you turn it off, right, watch what happens when you turn it off with the keyboard plugged in. You guys can't see it, right? I'm gonna push the camera closer. Leave it a minute and I'll show you what it does. Watch what happens. See that? It tries to bring it up. Yeah, that's the ICs. Yeah, I thought it might have been. I tried that in the other board. Bloody typical. Yeah, is it the sockets? Obviously, we're not getting nothing now. We're not even getting the bombs coming up. So I'm gonna put the thing in and see if it'll boot post. Right, I'll reset it. What's on the GoTech display? Yeah, bloody booted up. What's going on? There you go. Oh, that's mental. What's you did have? Yeah, you did. No, I haven't done nothing. Right, okay. That is absolutely ludicrous. So fixed. Thanks, yeah, fixed. Copyright. I'm going to switch it back on. Right. That's mad. Right. That is literally mad. Do you reckon because I might push one of them chips down, it come up with a bomb? Perhaps it wasn't pushed all the way in properly. But we should still get a post. I'm just going to leave it with all it plugged in, right, and see what happens. Just leave it. Perhaps it has to wait. Perhaps these have a timer on them, and once they time out, then it posts to the desktop. You don't. You even have a. Yeah, I know. I actually see the photo for myself. You're 100% right. Yeah, you need to stick in the GoTech as it gets stuck. That's mad. Chris, I've never seen anything like it. Like the other one did. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? But it's not posting. Look, we're not getting no post coming up. Oh, we are. Tell a lie. She's back up and running. Fixed. That's mad. But that's quite a long delay, isn't it? Like, you know, you leave it, but it's now posting. That's strange. I got to admit, Chris, I've never seen that. Obviously, that I've got to admit, Mr. Worms, that is weird. All I've done, you guys see it. It was bombing. We had 8 bombs on the screen, right? And when I pressed that one, I pressed it all. I did hear it crunch a little bit. Perhaps it wasn't pressed all the way in properly. So I pushed it. It won't push in any further. It's because like the heat's expanding it. That's actually Mr. Swindon. You could be right there, sir. Obviously, it's making like better contacts on the IC controller. So obviously, because obviously heat expands, it makes it. That could be. This ain't been posted for quite a while. That could actually be like Mr. Worms said, this was already socketed. Mr. Worms did not socket this. All I'd done on this one was just had a bad. All it had was a bad like memory chip, which he put back in, and which I did see. He did send me pictures, and 100% it posted. And when I plugged it in, it did post. But remember, this hasn't been used for such. I don't know how long that this has been sitting around for. So I don't know. Yeah, you replace one IC. Yeah, maybe the power and the hot air warmed. Actually, it's you know how weird these things are. But look at that one you was working on. I don't know what it was. You didn't even touch it. You unplugged it, plugged it in. I think it was an amplifier or something. You plugged it in and it's bloody working again. There you go. I thought, well, that goes to show it might be the same situation on here. Where obviously this ain't been posted for such a long time. But we have got a green screen. You can guys see it. So I think the best thing is turn it all off, right? Leave it a minute. Just let it drain the power. I'll unplug it. I'll even unplug it from here, right? Take the plug off, take the plug out, so it's not obviously. And then we'll have just let the power drain. I'll switch it on while the power's on, so then that drains the rest from the system. Yeah, some caps like that might be out of spec, so the board might be. Yeah, so that's actually come to think about it. Where's my fancy meter? Pico. I'm just heading home now. Should be home in about an hour to an hour and a half. Right, Mr. Pico's on his way back. Well, that's weird. I've got to admit, I've never ever seen that. Bloody hell, yeah. Mr. Pico's obviously he's been out. He's had to go up north to go. He was telling me he had to go and clear this warehouse out that's closing down. So yeah, it's them fucking wang caps. Obviously these wang caps, they are notorious for going bad at the end of it. I totally agree. At the end of it, it could be these bloody cheap wang capacitors. So let me see what this is coming up at, the wang cap. Let's check the wang caps. It's a good little meter, this one. I really love this little meter. It just checks it. In circuit. It might not read in circuit. That one's not reading in circuit for some reason, so it won't read. We did have some more wang caps somewhere. Oh no, it was on the other board. So this one ain't got many wang capacitors. That's obviously a wang. I can't read that one, it's underneath it. But again, Mr. Worms, you can actually see you could be right there, sir. Could be one of these caps that's losing capacitance over time on that front. Right, now that's been more than a few minutes to drain all the power. So I'm going to plug her back in, switch her on, right? Obviously it's switched off on there. The TV's switched on, right? So I haven't touched nothing, right? There's no go tech in this. At the end of the day, I'm going to switch her on, and let's see if she posts. We're just going to leave it as if it was just like, the thing on it. Obviously, we're not getting no bombs coming up. Yeah, there's them wang caps. The wang caps. The wanker caps. They are. That's what I said to you, Mr. Swindle. I was laughing when you said to me, no, I don't know what you're on about. And I said, well, they have them in Atari boards. There's living proof of that, sir. They put the wang caps in. Wang caps. That's a big wang. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Why do they use bloody wanker caps or something? I don't get. I don't get that. So obviously, Mr. Pico's got to drive back from Manchester. He said he's just notified me. Hour to hour and a half back. Fucking Jesus! What time? What time is it? 7 o'clock. He ain't going to get back to about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Wow. Why this board takes so long to boot? Yeah, that's a good question. Now I've not touched it. You guys can clearly see it, right? So I'm going to put the thing back in, right? At the end of the day, I'm going to reset it, and it should auto boot. But it's now working. So yeah, the Pico's working. Pico works. Yeah, he works. Mr. Pico does work really hard. So we're back up and running. So we're gonna go press the T. We're gonna go yes. Yes. No, by escape. No. Copyright. Copyright. Yeah, but it's a memory test. It is slow. I mean, obviously, that memory is, but you can clearly see it is working. Copyright. I can't. Sorry, Ed. I can't help it. You fucking crack me up. That was one of the funniest things. I always end up saying copyright. Copy. Did it drive you up the wall? You can't even play. You can't even have your phone saying without it saying copyright. It just tickles me. There's things on streams that absolutely have me in stitches, and that's one of them. That absolutely always tickles me. So she is posting. She does. Now it's obviously building up the RAM, so you just got to leave it. But that I've got to admit, that memory is slow on boot. Very slow on boot. Shouldn't be that sort. But this is the very first revision. Remember, the revision A's, if I remember correctly, these were the first Atari boards that ever. This is like a revision 1 out of revision 3 or 4 of the boards. So this is the very first Atari board on that front. So I think that's probably why. Yeah, it booted quicker. It booted quicker on here. So look, she's fully working. You know, it's weird, but we had bombs before. Obviously, we're not having bombs now. So it is working. It does take a long. The other one's quicker and boot up. It don't take that long to boot. But this is what I'm saying about different revisions. Press fire to quit. Well, I don't even know we can change the music. But I'm baffled because now I'm stuck in it. Now I can't get out of the bloody option. Obviously, I ain't got the thing plugged into it. But she's posting. So to me, which one do I put back in? I reckon that even though this one's working, it does take I should make a note. This one takes longer to boot into the actual screen itself. So what I'll do, and I will prove it. I'll take all this back off, right? I'll unplug all this with the keyboard and the GoTech system, and I'll boot her back up, see if we get anything like that. Yeah, he's probably like before he was born. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, fucking wank capacitors. What was they thinking of? Wank capacitors. Mr. Swindon got that one right. Definitely 100%. Right. So I've unbolted the GoTech system and the keyboard. Right. So. she should still post. This was exactly how Mr. Worms got this. We're not getting no bombs anymore. That's one good aspect. So I wonder if it could, yeah, and that posted a lot quicker. That's just how it was. So that proves it. There you go. So she's back up to the way, and I didn't even touch it. All I've done was touch this. So all I've done, so that must have been, this wasn't socketed 100%. Which you did say, first thing, it could be down to sockets. So, and it proves it. Obviously, this one must be the memory IC socket that this talks to all of these. They probably, I think you're right. I think they yeah, older, yeah, you're right. They have got metals. Do you know what? Well observed, sir. You're right. There you go. So these then push this down to keep these pushed down. Look at, yeah, so 100%. So there's the issue then. Obviously, the socket, the things ain't being pushed down. So it's funny, because as soon as I push that down, it's now posting. Because it won't push all the way down. So she's back. Oh, and Mr. Worms, what did I say to you about, look at the way they put that big capacitor, right across the Atari, right? Now, obviously, this is revision D, revision A. Look at the difference, what they've done. Someone put a capacitor there, right? Because there's a coil right here, right? This one hasn't got the coil, and it's got a massive capacitor, a WAN capacitor, that's in between where that coil used to be, which is right here. This is what I'm saying about different revisions. Yeah, that's a big wang. Yeah, that's it. It's true, Chris. It is a big wang. So, unbelievable. So we obviously, they've put a massive capacitor here, 16 volts, at 4,700 microfarads at the end of the day. That's not a small wang. That's actually a big wang. That is a very big wang. Fucking, you know, so yeah, if I touch that, I'll probably get a belt off it. Actually, it's not a great idea. But they've obviously put a coil. This one, no coil. This is what I'm saying about earlier revisions, like earlier on. And I've also noticed that even though these are both 1040 STs, no, that's 16 volts. Yeah, that's 16 volts. That's not. Yeah, it's just 4,700 microfarads. At the end of the day, and again, if you have a look on this board compared to this board, right, you can see it. This is where you'd connect the hard drive to. The hard drive connector on this one is completely different compared to this one. We've got memory ICs here, right? Well, we haven't got none here. They've all completely disappeared. So what's going on there? At the end of it. So all this seems completely different. And again, we've got more WAN capacitors on this, on the revision D, all up here. But up here, we've got none. They've completely took all the WAN capacitors away. So all they've got on this board is one WAN capacitor. Well, you might have a small WAN capacitor over here. But this board's bloody full of them. We've got wangs all up here. We've got loads of wangs up here. We've got a big wang down here and a medium wang over here. So we have got none on this. You can actually see it. There's literally none. They've all completely disappeared. So the revision A, they've done away with the wangs and put them all on the revision D. You're thinking, oh no. Yeah, guys, I'm probing it around. Fuck me, it's switched on. I've just realised I'm probing it around. I'm poking my fucking fingers. I'm thinking, okay, hang on a minute, it's switched on. I'm going to get zapped if I'm not careful. So yeah, we've literally, yeah, it's a wang bang. Thanks, Chris. I think I'll soon know a wang will take me out. Obviously, I'm probing around, fuck me, and we've got voltage injection going right on the boards. You're thinking, well, that ain't going to help, is it? Obviously, that'd be like being tasered. Yeah, you're going to know all about it. Do you know, that's funny. That is really, really funny. But obviously they've not put many wangs in here for some reason. So they've kept all the wangs out. So we've only got 2 wangs. That's it. It obviously wasn't good enough for Mr. Wang himself. He does make me laugh though. You're coming out with saying, "Oh, you've got your bloody Wang capacitors out at the end of it." That tickled me. So, guys, what do I keep in? What would you recommend? Revision A or revision D? I would say at the 2, this booted quicker. Yeah, that Wang it's a big Wang on 60 volts. If Mr. Carfoy, I think you're right there, sir. Fucking inject 60 volts into that. Yeah, hell yeah. You know you're gonna know all about your 60 volts going into that cap. Fucking that'll light up like a Christmas, like your Christmas tree you done. You're thinking, oh no. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the revision A out and put the original revision D in, because when I booted this up, this booted a lot quicker. Regardless, it just booted quicker. So this just takes a little bit longer to boot up. It's got a very long boot time. But both boards are... But yeah, well done for spotting it, Mr. Worms. You're right. No clamp over these. Obviously, the wangs weren't ended up wanging your ear. I've been coming out here thinking wanging your ear. So absolutely legendary. Yeah, totally agree. This is what I love about the community. You can have a damn good laugh on that front. It's really funny. Right, I've got to be careful on it. The fucking size of that cap, I don't want to get zapped. That cap will liven me up. So obviously the clamps are missing. So we've got clamps missing, and oh, we are. It's another 2 Wang capacitors. I found another 2. So we got another 2 Wangs over in the corner. So it's definitely got less Wangs. So, oh yeah, I didn't see them. Yeah, look, there's more Wangs here. So we got small Wangs and big Wangs. Well, that's the biggest Wang they've got. And no, that one, that's the biggest Wang. So I didn't see these. So they've got small Wangs around this section. But with the Wang Bang, thank you, man. I can't go. Sorry, guys, I can't go over it. Fucking Wang capacitors have actually got me. Obviously, I know by Chris's one when he said about the way, because even Mr. Worms had to laugh at that front. He said, "You sure these Wang capacitors ain't gone bad?" You think, "Oh no." you think, yeah. But I do like the idea of this one's got a shield underneath it, so it does shield it, which is a good thing. But I'll wrap that board back up. But for some reason, this one booted a lot quicker. So now what I'll do, I'll officially put... This was my original board anyway. That it was all on there, any of it. So, because I ticked all these, I know these were all good. So I can totally eliminate. Obviously it's right, hold up, we're getting caught up on... There we go, there you go. Right, so now I can put all the bloody screws back to this now. So we ain't got to worry about the but that is weird the way that was, so I've got to admit. Alright, where's me? It's up here. So we've got to put these little gold ones back in. That's what was causing these. Cool. Yeah, they were. I remember now.
Whoa.
Obviously, it's not them ones. That holds them in.
Oh la
Cool.
la. Oh,
Right, so we've
King in the
got
castle,
these
king in the
ones to
castle.
put back in.
Have a chair. I have a chair.
Oh no, because we've got to put the metal shield over, and then the screws go down after. But if I remember correctly, before we do that, didn't that shield have to be tucked underneath it? Because yeah, it did. Yeah, I thought it bloody did. It's got to go under. Oh, for crying out loud! So I've got to take them back out, and then I've got to put these back in. So yeah, and then you can put it right. Okay, so everything has to be done in a certain order. Why? For crying out loud! So you've got to take them back out, pull the power supply out for that shield to sit underneath it. Glad I'll find that out now. Right, okay. So we'll pull that back. Put the metal shield in first. I know where the metal shield is. So, yeah, because this has got to sit. The power supply has to sit on top of these. So this obviously. There you go. So you have to sit this down first. Right, like that. Then this has to go. Oh, fuck, find that late. And then I'm pretty sure this has to go in at a certain angle. Right, so that's got to come out. This has got to be pulled out. Oh, for crying out loud! Yeah, they've made it easy, you know. So you've got to pull all this out, right, to put all this back in. So this all has to be sitting into play before you put anything else back. Bloody Atari boards. Yeah, this is why Atari. You can understand now why Atari went out of business. Can you wonder at it? Okay. What was they thinking of? I think Jacques Chanel, whoever, when they invented the very first Atari game, right, at the end of the day, he done a great job inventing it, yeah, but it also caused a bloody headache trying to, especially when he was working on the Atari boards, because he was working on these. All that just to get out of that, you know, just to pull all this out. Obviously, these power supplies got to be. You've got to take that out first. Unbelievable. Bottom shield. Yeah, I haven't got a bottom shield for that. Yeah, I didn't have one in here, Chris. This one never had one. When I got it, the bottom shield is missing. So yeah, that's what them pins are for, because the bottom pins then go through the guide on here. Obviously, then it all clamps together. But you obviously, when you're going through the top, yeah, what it does, it just helps to create a better earthing. That's what they use it for, because obviously these are earthing points, and you can clearly see these are earthing points that earth to the actual build. So, you know, you still get you still get it. It's just what the idea of the element was to stop any interference. Yeah, obviously, when you don't plug a keyboard in, you'll get that noise because the keyboard's not plugged in at the end of it. But it's all part of the earthing sort of scenario to help it to ground it all out. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Carl, for you took the words right about EM emitted shield. That's it. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to eliminate any noise, backgrounds that's interfering on that front. And Atari was one of those that put that on there for that reason. But I mean, I could have just took the other one off, but it'll have it on there anyway. So I'm not. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Worms. I can't get my words out. Electrical magnetic interference. Yes. EMC and EMI. That's it. And I don't tighten these too much because you know what happens, don't you? These are notorious for when you're obviously. This wasn't the original power supply. This never had an original power supply. So what I've done, no, this was the original. Sorry, tell a lie. This did have the original power supply, but it wouldn't boot. It wouldn't post. And I found that it was the switch that was causing the issue. There was no voltage getting in. When I put the multimeter in, voltage went a certain way, but it wouldn't go all the way in. And when I checked, and I went, well, hang on a minute, it ended up. Touch that silver heatsink on why I switched. No, Mr. Worms, I'm not going to do that, my friend. At the end, I will light up like Carrefour's Christmas tree at the end of the day, but it won't be 60 volts. It'll be 250. So yeah, no, that'd be fun and games. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, plunking around on hot sort of like scenarios is not ideal. You know. So yeah, that might be a no-no on that front. So now I can put this back now. Now bloody took it off. Let me get me tweezers. Oh God, me tweezers. Obviously, you fucking you light up like Carrefour's Christmas tree. If you touch that, you know all about it. Yeah, you'll know it then. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Worms. Yeah, I assume that the heatsink is safe to touch, but not always. Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, this will be all right. You're fine here, because obviously this is only earthing points. It's just not round that section. They do give you this to put over it, so you don't accidentally touch it. Yeah, and that's the general rule of thumb in that front. So we can put this on. Well, he says. Yeah. I've got to straighten them legs up. Hold up. The legs are all bent. What a legging. Right, hold up a minute. That's weird how the other one didn't work. And then, because I've pressed on the memory ICs, it decided to work. Fixed. Do you know what? Chris, and these are awkward to bloody work on. Bloody Ataris. I've never known anything like it. Right, that's it. There's no strap down on that front. It's you've got them twists points in there. Right, well, I can't put my hand on that now and accidentally electrocute myself while I'm on mucking about on that front. Right. I never touched the heatsink on Paragon supplies, so no, they told me that heatsinks they could. So, but yeah, I totally agree. Why not? Have you ever worked on one with a dead memory IC and replaced it and swapped it back in, and you'll see. Yeah, they are a pain. I've got to admit, these I tend to find working on Atari boards, and they're so finicky. They are really so finicky to work on. Some in place for those PSUs is the measures. Well, yeah. I have on mine, but they're much less the heat dumped into the case. Yeah, £15 for Mally. What the the actual the power supplies, because like you said, I bet I can't even bloody get there in the corner, can I? No, I don't think I could. Don't think there was one in the corner. No, that was the idea of them strapped down. I'm thinking that was the, if I remember correctly, that's the idea of these small ones going into the case. Is so I mean, them bloody case fins ones in here. So that one's strapped in there, so I have to use the small ones. So I might have to pinch some out of my pot and have a look at my pot. It's the small Wastine ones that I need. I'm going to put these up here for a minute. Because them big screws will punch right through, which you can't. You have to be careful with the plastics on these. It's the only snag. I will have some in here. These all come off something at one point in their life, and I ain't got a clue now. No, that one don't want to go because it's too big. Lovely. Of course it does. Yeah, we just take that in consideration. We can't use that. So I might have to use these little black ones or something and see if I can try and squeeze them in. I do like an odd screw in something. Oh, it's fantastic. It really does well. No. Can't beat an odd screw. Let's try that black one. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. The black ones work. Right, search for more of them black ones. Them black ones seem to do the job quite well. There you are. Oh, lovely. And I haven't even gone tight on them. Yeah, and I've got loads of them. So they've obviously come out of a computer from somewhere and I ain't got a clue. So the black screws do the job. I ain't going mad with them. Just and tight. Lovely jubbly. Right. So they've not gone through the board and they've not come out the other side. Nice. So that's all anchored down nicely. It's all nice. So that's what I love about a pot of screws. Take the pot of screws out. Lovely. They'll all come in handy one of these days. But it's always when I need to put something back and I'm thinking, well, where's that screw gone? It's probably in something else. Fixed. Well, thanks to Mr. Worms, he has got this one back up and running. At least I had me one of me. It was nice to have both Atari boards. That was the, to be honest, that was the intentions of actually getting it done to start with. Obviously, my intentions got the hand better of me, and obviously made a pig's ear out of it. On that front, because I made it 500 times. I took a working one from a non, then made it not working. But obviously, hat off to him. You have done a good job there, sir. So thank you. But we have got these. So now we've put all of the. I've put 3 black screws in, right? So I've got a silver. I've got an odd one there, but it don't matter. And this bit won't get anchored down because obviously the bottom shield's missing out of this. So what I need to do next is sort this out, which is this is the Gotek drive. So what I'm going to do next then is take all of this off. This is obviously because I've had to extend it because the things. Oh yeah, I put hot glue on this, didn't I? That's right. I remember now. Mr. Worms' favourite. I did put hot glue on. Here you go. Because I've hot glued it. I'll have to put some more caption tape on. This was just to do an extension because the cable was too short. Like that. That's right. Then the Gotek, obviously I wouldn't need the Gotek if this drive was working, because then I could have just put that back and then that wire would have been more than enough to go back on there. But due to this drive being faulty, I can't do nothing with these. Once them lasers go, they just die out. The diode just goes in them. It's a shame, because if you look on eBay, there's bloody hundreds of these things for sale, and the Amigas, and they've all got the same problem. They've all got dead diodes in. So they must all suffer the same fate. They just fail over time. Yeah, you can always hot glue the chip down. Do you know what? Good question. That's a good call, that. Yeah, that's not a floppy drive then. No, obviously it's not. Or a CD, yeah. Yes, CDs are prone for it. I know by that one that I was working on over there, Grundig, exactly the same issue. I think, well, it actually did work, and then it decided to stop working for some reason. For the love of God, I don't know, but it just decided, said, no, not today. All right, before I do anything then, I've got to put the standoffs back in. Well, that would help, wouldn't it? So we've got to put the Gotek in. So we've got one standoff in on here, so we need to put these ones back on. But they look like they used glue or something, because these will look like they're glued on. Because like you can see the glue. I mean, I can always use Bronson's glue. Bronson's always got glue. Actually, talking about Bronson, he's actually in the land of nod today. He's curved up on that chair, bless him. Do you know why? Because I ate the sandwiches earlier watching the football. So we couldn't get those sarnies. Oh, poor Bronzy. He's got the hump. Oh, but he's thinking, oh, you greedy sod. You've ate the sandwiches without me now. So he's now sulking because he ain't got no sarnies. Oh no, speaking of the devil, he's woken up. That big goofball, he's up. Oh no, I only just mentioned his name. Hello, goofball. Hello, goofball. Say hello, goofball. Don't whack me with your arm, Bobson, you big nutter. You know what it is? I've given him an apple earlier and he ate the apple. Hello, Bomble. Bomble. Hello, Bomble. Hello, Bomble. Bomble cam, look. Bad bomb. No, he's gone back up on his chair. No, he's now badgering me behind. That's his chair. He definitely likes his chair. No. He's such a big goofball. He makes me laugh. It's the bloody noises he makes. He does. He's one of those dogs that always, they're very drama. I thought the Huskies were, to be honest, the Huskies were very dramatic. Like, you know, they scream a lot, they howl a lot, you know. But actually, Mr. MK's one's actually, his one's quite calm compared to the others that I've known. Thinking, bloody hell. No, he's behind you. He is. He can see he's right behind. He said, Mr. MK actually said, I've got the most boring kid dog going. Oh, he can't say it, he's lovely. And they shed their coat. Actually, Bronson's not too bad when shedding his coat. But then Huskies, they have to, because they're like a wolf dog, you know. So, Right, so that one's on. That one's on. This one's all busted up. How am I gonna do that? That one's all busted up. I might have to I might have to get the worms. I'm gonna have to get the glue out on this one, my friend. Or can I put something over? Oh no, I don't have to. I think this one, didn't this one have a leg on? It might be a leg end or something. Hold up a minute, hold up. Yeah, I think that one, if I'm right, these two, this one has the leg thing going right through it. So, let me poke the leg through first. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. So this sits on top of it. There you go. That is it. Yeah, this one sits right through. So this one has to go on first. That's how I've done it. There you go. So I did sort it. It's got to go through that. That thin one goes on there. So I've got a probe. I've got to hold this one in. Oh, God. Hold up a minute. How am I going to hold that? I forgot Mr. Pico's obviously. I'll tell you what. I'll say one thing. Mr. Pico's an hard worker. At the end of the day, he's a very, very hard worker. He does long hours, very, very long hours. Mr. Pico. He's really helped me out. He's been a right legend, that sir. But I have very rewarded him for his treats to say thank you for what he's done. I have learnt a lot from him. Obviously, he was being very he was obviously Mr. Swindon and Mr. Pico was donating to Mr. PCDD's stream, which I did. I didn't have no more in my account, because otherwise I would have treated him that front. My account is virtually dry. I do like helping out streamers now. It keeps the content going, and they do it, you know, it does help out on that front. Right, so that one's virtually in. So what I need to do now is I need to put these ones in. Spin around. Oh. Yeah, I think Mr. Swindon asked, we was talking about weights of computers. Obviously, my one weighs 18.3 kg. Obviously, that one that come in needed 2 people to lift it. So what was that weighing over? Mr. PCDD's one's about 18 kg. Mine's just over 18 kg because it's all glass and metal. The time you had, and the graphics card alone weighs nearly £2 in weight. It's ridiculous. It's a 4090. So that card's such a beast. It's about that long, and it's about that thick. It takes up about 3 slots. You can only get one card in. And obviously I put a standoff so it don't sit horizontal. It sits vertical. Because of the weight, otherwise you'll get GPU sag. It bends and warps all the board. If you haven't got a support bracket, you will break the board. Them cards are ludicrous. The power of them cards, you know, it pulls. Well, put it this way: that 4090, that pulls when it's under load. Just on the graphics card alone, it pulls just shy of just under 600 watts of power. That's without all my RGB and all the others. I've got about a 1200 watt power supply in there at the end of the day, but you have to, because the graphics card pulls 900 on its own. The CPU pulls about 100 watts, about 125 watts of power when it's under load. And so you add all these watts up, before you know it, your system's over 1 kilowatt. You're free eating. Exactly. But it's not so much of that, Chris. It's your bloody electric bill. You see your fucking meter go from like that to over like that. Right, you think, fuck, don't have it on for too long. It's like my big 80-inch TV that I've got behind. I got that TV for free because I've done a repair and the bloke couldn't pay me. So he gave me the TV, which he paid $3,000 for that TV at the end of it. It's a bit fancy, yeah. Until, brand new, boxed up. Until I realised, I read the box, yeah, it pulls 1.2 kilowatts of power. It's over a kilowatt of power to boot that TV up. It literally is like turning on the oven. You're fucking watching your meter going ding. So I don't have that TV on for too long. It just sucks on my electric bill just goes through the roof. You can't have big things like that. At the end of it, if I have to have the TV and the computer on, which I do when I'm doing editing or I'm just watching a film or something like that, or playing a game, I have to turn all the other lights off because otherwise I come back with a massive electric bill. They think I've got half the national grid going at the end of the day, and no, it's only got 2 items at the end of it. So yeah, not even my Eco River can run that TV. It's too powerful. You wouldn't think the TV can run it, but yeah, that TV's about 2,000 nits brightness on that. It's ludicrous. It's what is it? It's an LG Nano LED. It's one of the brand new TVs. No wonder it was $3,000. I think it was more than $3,000 when he paid for it, but they have come down a little bit in money. But you can't lift it up. It's glass. It's not even wash stained on it. It took 3 people to give me and two other people to lift that TV, and I had to get the biggest support bracket that there was heavy duty. Just the LG bracket that I bought it from LG's website was £250 just to support that TV, to put it on the wall. And I couldn't have that on there because Bronson would have just knocked it off, and obviously that would have been game over for the TV. Well, put it this way, LG stand by their TVs. I've got a 15-year warranty on that TV that comes standard. 15 years. Anti-screen burn technology. So they're guaranteed it for 15 years. To guarantee that the screen will never fail. I mean, obviously they won't break accidental damage. And already, when I checked, there's a big dollop of glue on there where Bronson shook, and it's all gone up the TV. I'm frightened to bloody touch it to get the glue off. Go around turning everything off to see how fast you can spin. Obviously, I won't have to. Just turn the TV on. It gives you the shock of your life. You think, fucking quick. I'm not joking, Mr. Worms, right? You stand near the screen, right? And I kid you not, the radiation that thing gives off, it actually hurts your head. The glow, right? You know, like TV gives off a form of radiation, like a form of radiation. It's like heat deprivation of it. Because there's so many nits brightness on that, right? Well, put it this way, I'm literally about 3 foot away from that TV. When the first I got that TV, it gave me a headache for 3 weeks solid. I couldn't watch the TV. It was hurting my eyes, right? It was so bright. Even with the brightness turned down, it was still hurting. Because it's 80-inch. It's ludicrous, right? It's not the biggest for what they've done. They've now got a 150-inch TV that LG have done. They've even got bigger than that. But it proves my point. Even the TV gave me an headache. I couldn't even watch it. But after a few weeks, my eyes adjusted to it. But if you're not used to watching big TVs that bright, you can't watch it for no more than 20 minutes. Your head will start like hurting with your eyes. You know, it's that bright. That's why it pulls so much power. But to top that, if you get right near the TV, right, and look away, you can feel the heat generate from the screen alone, and it will burn your head. And that is no exaggeration. You can feel the heat coming from the screen. So it's like having a free toaster. So like I said, it's true what Chris said. You have free central heating at the end of the day. Yeah, you're definitely right. But that's what TVs are. They will do that. Not the cheap ones, the good quality ones that'll do it. And I won't connect it up to the internet because I'm only using it as a monitor at the end of it. I don't need to connect it to the internet. I've got me gaming rig for that, which I don't really use because I'm more into doing me streaming. Yeah, but you don't really want to have that on for too long. Seriously, guys, you get a big TV like that, you'll be moaning saying, "Fuck, I can't have this on. It's fucking killing my electric." And that is no exaggeration. You'll see it. You'll see a skyrocket. It'll go through the roof. You're saying, "Switch it off." Fucking. It's literally go around, turn everything on, see how fast you can spin your meter. Yeah. Oh, squish. It's only only if you pay me electric bill. It's true. Grass puddle. Yeah, you're right there. Can see how long you switch everything on. Well, you boil your kettle. It's 3 kilowatts of power. At the end of the day, it don't take long. I've got one of these. I don't know if you guys got one of these meters. And I'll show you what meter I use. So, yeah, guys, I've got one of these, right? You can buy these. You can get these off Amazon, right? Or eBay. They're cheap enough. But these are great. If you don't know roughly what these are, right? Obviously, you've got a fuse in here. So this is the battery, right? So the batteries obviously keeps all of the memory settings and everything. And it says on there, disconnect the mains battery before taking it out. So that's what they recommend. Don't leave these plugged in. Obviously, if you're pulling that out, don't pull this out while it's plugged in. That's what it's saying. And basically, this tells you, and I'll show you, right? So if what's this connected to? TV, right? I'll unplug the TV, plug it into the TV, right? Switch this on. Right, so basically now you'll see what the TV pulls. So basically what you can do, you can't see it too great because it's washed out, but you're seeing it's actually pulling, right? It gives you the resistance. It's pulling 38 watts of power. That TV alone pulls 38 watts. Now they calculate everything 38.3 watts. Now that's just to run that TV, right? Literally that. So you imagine when you're pulling nearly you're actually pulling over 1.1 kilowatts of power. I've got one. I put this on the TV and I was shocked how much it actually pulled on the front. And I'll tell you what, if you don't know what's pulling what, go and grab one of these. They're only about 20 quid and they're worth it. They are really worth it. You can get them probably less than that at the end of the day. And it will just show you what you're actually pulling in wattage. So you can keep an eye on your electric bills. So obviously you don't want to run stuff that you think, fuck me, how much am I using in electric? Well, add it up. I mean, if that's pulling 35 watts of power, I've got my light on. Obviously I've got my old gaming rig on, my monitor. At the end of the day, you've got Steam Decks going, so and there's obviously things in standby mode. You can then calculate why your bill's obviously getting so high. But obviously, if you've got a big beast of what I've got, just on the TV and the PC alone, it ain't going to be rocket science to work out, thinking, fuck me, what's eating all my electric? I already knew by when I plugged it into that meter, when it pulled over 1 kilowatt, just on the actual TV, I was horrified. I wish mine was, Carrefour. I'll tell you what, I wish mine was, my friend. The UK is not like that. It's not like that over here. That's each month. Do you know what? We pay that a week. And tell you what, even that is pushing it, and that's a week, right? If you're lucky. Some people, put it this way: I take on average eating, right? An OAP, right? So we're classed as OAPs. At the end of the day, if you've got your eating on, right, you're going to be paying, and I kid you not, this is what the average price is in the UK for eating, between £200 and £350 a month. That's just on heating alone, just having your eating on at the end of that. And that sounds about right. but that's each month. Between 250 and 350, give or take. At the end of the day, we have to pay for. That's just on that. And that's without your electric. The electric, you could be looking at more. At the end of it, depending on how much kilowatts of power you're actually using. So at the end of it, and they do calculate everything by kilowatts. I mean, I don't have to with mine. I just fucking know just by what that TV pumps out. As soon as I switch it on, my meter goes through the roof. Yeah, wow. I don't even have to pay for the heating because I've got like hot radiators. And yeah. Well, I mean, you. All I say is you're lucky because obviously Sweden don't. They're not like the UK. The UK is just greedy. You'd be if you was over here, my friend, you'd be moaning left, right, and centre. You won't be able to afford it. Obviously, I've had my gas meter taken away. So the only way to get hot water, I've reverted. I mean, this is how bad it's got to the UK. It wasn't even like it in the 1980s. But obviously now I bought a camping stove and a 5 kilowatt bottle of camping gas at the end of the day, and I borrow everything. So it's like going back to the old days, obviously, because to keep the cost down. The cost of living, the cost of living crisis, and the heating, and all that, it hurts your pocket that much. You'd be skint within less than a month. You'd be in debt. They would seriously put you in debt. That's how bad it is in the UK. So it's and you ain't got to take my word for it. Asked a lot of people and they'll say the same thing. The heating and the electricity prices have gone ludicrous. They're 20-fold. They've gone through the roof. Companies are making massive profits. It's all right for these big fat cats sitting in houses of parliament and the all the royals. They ain't got to worry about eating or nothing. There's people out there. I've had to revert. Well, put it this way. Because I've had no gas for the last coming up to 8 years now. The only way I'll get heating in this flat, I installed a diesel heater, and I kid you not, 3 gallons of diesel cost me once a week. It cost me about 20 quid just to run that, and that sounds about right for what that cost. So it's about 20 quid a week, but that still ends up being cheaper. Right, that's 3 gallons, so I'll get a whole week for 20 quid, right? That'll run me right round from 1 week right round to the next week. So if you do that 20, so we get obviously 4 weeks in a month. So we go 20, 40, 60. That's costing me £80 a month just to run my diesel heater, right? Well, how can you justify when you're paying £250 to £350 a month? It's a no-brainer. So that's why I've now reverted to keep my bills down as low as I can. I've had to look at alternative stuff, but not everyone looks at it the way I look at it. At the end of the day, some people haven't got the knowledge how to set that up. Obviously, at the end of it, and people ain't but they're quite simple to set up. But you just got to be safe to set them up because obviously you're dealing with obviously it's a combustion engine. So obviously I've set all mine up. I've done it all properly. Pull it out on the balcony, and I've got a pipe running in there, and it keeps all my flat nice and warm at the end of it. And I'll just keep it on a nice medium heat. It just takes the edge off it. You ain't got to have it on mad. Obviously, the higher you turn it up, the more diesel it eats. So I've got it balanced just right. I'll get about 10 hours out of a quarter section, and and that's about that much fuel it uses in 10 hours, which is, I think that's quite good at the end of it. But yeah, it does. So you're lucky there, my friend. Obviously you don't have none of that issue what the UK's having, but some people can afford to have the heating on. I can't. So obviously, but they can't. Obviously no one else is bothered about your situation. They'd rather just say, you know what their argument is from the government? If you're cold, put on extra clothing. Yeah, of course we will. Yeah, we're sitting there like fucking. We're sitting there. It's all right in the summer, but in the winter, when it's mould, no, that's seriously, Carl. I'm not mucking about. That come from the government's mouth. If you're cold this winter, right, don't suffer the cold. They say, put on extra clothing, wrap up, get in bed. Yeah, of course. At the end of the day, that's their answer to everything. They ain't going to sit there and thinking, do you know what? We're taxed the big fat cats who are obviously pushing all the gas and electric prices up. Do you know what they blame it on? They're blaming it on Russia. How can they blame it on Russia? We don't. Obviously, I don't know where all the reserves come from. We've got a massive refinery, like 60 miles back. So obviously, like all governments, they're just all bloody corrupt, mate. They could even say that too. I'm not joking. That's their answer to it. Oh, just put on extra clothing, you'll be all right. At the end, don't worry about freezing to death, or you ain't got no food in your cupboards. You know. Even the local councils, the boroughs, whatever borough you're from, they're supposed to be there to help people out at the end of it, and people are struggling. I've seen young girls with kids. Obviously, they can't even they struggle. It's not easy in the UK. It's just a shame, really. It's come to it. I mean, it wasn't like it in the 1980s. We never had none of this. All right, mass unemployment. There was hardly any jobs in the 1980s, but we never bloody froze to death. Yeah, that's what annoys me. Yeah. Yeah, gas used to come from Russia. And it's a good amount. It still does. I'm not doubting it. They do, but they obviously they must be able to get stuff from like imported from China. I'm sure they can get it from America. These other nations, you ain't got to get it all from Russia. At the end of it, yeah. Well, we're going from 0% from Russia, so that would crash the market. So that would be even worse. See, that's the trouble. When you're relying on something, can you see my point now? You've got to look, Grasshopper, you've got to look at alternative things that you've got to do. If you're trying to rely on heating or something like that, you've now got to get, obviously, you've got to look at alternative heat sources. Yeah, China has no energy except for imports and basically everything. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that China is. They're one of the biggest exporters and imports only. They deal with everything's made in China. Everything. Where have you known that it's got made in UK or made in? It used to say made in England. But I only had a few items that said that. Most of it ain't now. It's all imported from China. So China makes everything. They literally just make everything. Yeah, we don't use gas. Yeah, anything else that just runs on the electric or hot water radiators. Yeah. So basically, it's just like an element, just eats the water up, basically. Unbelievable, no? It goes to show. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're running hydros, so basically you've got massive turbines. So yeah, you're actually quite you're running things like hydro. You're right. Big dams, things like that. So you're quite lucky there. We haven't got anything like that. I mean, people in the UK, they have. I think it's in somewhere near one of the seaside resorts. They've put a wind farm up, right, and they're about 60 miles out in the offshore, and all you see are these massive wind turbines at the end of it, but they don't produce hardly any electric. You've got to have bloody thousands of these things just to generate enough electrics. You know what it is? It's like a lot of it. All they want to do is create net zero for the UK, right, by hittering the motorists to keep the emissions down, right? So it don't matter what fancy car you got, it's never going to be good enough, even if you've got an electric car, which they're a complete waste of time at the end of the day. And everything in the UK is heavily taxed, right? We've got to be one of the worst nations for the UK to be taxed literally on everything. Taxed on food, fuel, clothes on your back. You know, we're just taxed full stop. It's just mad. If they can come up with another idea we can tax you on, they'll do it. The air you breathe, they'll do it. Yeah, hydro is pretty cool now. Yeah, it's yeah. We get I know you do get taxed heavily there. I know. Yes, I have heard in Sweden that you'll get taxed quite, but it's the UK is just got out of control. It really is. It's such a shame. At the end of it, like I said, we had none of this in the 1980s, and I'm not going back that far. So when you're only going back about like 40 years, and you look back how ludicrous it's got out of control. It's just literally is. Yeah, not as much as Norway. No, yes, bloody hell. Yeah. I mean, you know, that's one of them things. But it's everywhere, isn't it? You can't go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, yes, that is. Yeah, the Norwegians, yes, even they don't get away with it at the end of it. Okay, I've got to try and get this fucking back in there now. This has popped out. For fuck's sake. It's a shame, innit? I mean, we've got to the type of the nation now where you're being taxed whatever you do, right? And all you want to try and do is better your infrastructure. Is literally try and improve of what, you know, and all you're doing is you're going out working and most all your wages is being taxed, or it's going on to something else that's being taxed. Have you ever heard of the sausage buses? Yes, we've got them in the UK. Yeah. Yeah, the Sweden. Yeah, the Sweden. You buy groceries because it's cheaper. We've got sausage buses that bend. They call them trams. We ain't got trams. It's a bendy bus. It's a long bendy bus. Never heard of that. No, I thought it was for food. It was crazy. How? That's mad, isn't it? It was about 10 years ago, maybe. We got much worse in Sweden. See, now you don't get. Isn't it funny? Isn't it? You thinking that the UK's bad, but it goes to show that it's across all over it's all over the world. Don't matter what part of the world you're living in, there's always going to be good and bad points. Like I said, London was a really safe place to go at one point. Not now. They reckon it's the most dangerous part of the capital to live here at the end of the day. And food prices are skyrocketed after COVID. Isn't it funny, isn't it? It's funny you should mention that, Garfor, because I'll tell you what, since COVID, the lockdowns, right, everything went into meltdown. People didn't know what to do with themselves. And that was all over the world at the end of the day. Everyone was blaming China, then they was blaming someone else. They didn't know who to blame at the end of the day. And it's funny, isn't it? Pico, you're back, my friend. Oh, I'm glad you're back. Hey, Mr. Pico's back. I've just got in. It's been, do you know what, sir? I can definitely vouch for that. I bet that was a bloody long day. Did you manage to pick all of them monitors and computers up? And all the keyboards and everything? It must have been a lot. It was a warehouse. Can you imagine picking up stuff from a warehouse? You're going to be there all day. God, I'll tell you what, that must have burnt some calories off, walking up and down, loading up the van, walking back up, bringing another lot down. Jesus. It's like you said, it's a long, and to top that, you had all that long drive as well. I'm glad you're back. Mr. Andy's doing his book, so he's lurking in the background. We got a couple of lurkers, obviously. So they're doing things while they're watching the stream. So I did really want to do a stream, but I didn't want to stream yesterday because everyone else was on the stream. It's no point. So I thought, I might as well do the Atari boards. I'll wait because I wanted to show off what Mr. Worm's done. So I'm glad Mr. Worm's come in. Fuck, this is not putting up a fight. Now I can't fucking get this in there. Shattered. Yeah, I can imagine you are, my friend. Absolutely, that drive is hour and a half drive. Oh, I don't know how you've done it. I drove from here where I am, and then drove all the way up to Kings Lynn, and that was a 2.5 hour drive. It fucking killed me. That was 2.5 hours I had to drive for. I couldn't do that again. It's just too much. And that was just to pick up some retro stuff. And I went, I used to do that. Used to do long distance driving. Not now. It's not for me. You know, you used to get away with it when you did, but yeah. Pico. Oh, he's got some photos. Hold up. Let me see some photos on here. He's obviously, that's what I love about Mr. Pico. Joey does tech. He's gone on there playing some games. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, hold up, guys. I'll show you. Yeah, he's not kidding, is he? Right? That is obviously Pico Enterprises. Fuck, he's crammed everything into that. That is absolutely, yeah, hat off to you, sir. You virtually filled that, you nearly filled that up. I mean, you couldn't squeeze much more in there at the end of the day. There looks like there's fucking PCs, there's printers, there's keyboards. You know, at the end of the day, there's a bits of everything. And that's just all, remember, they're not worth nothing. All that stuff there, which is such a shame, because you probably would have been looking at thousands and thousands of pounds worth of equipment there when that all come out, and now it's worth scrap. You get more back on scrap than what you, if you try to sell any of that, right, which you wouldn't sell, it just wouldn't sell, because I know I've had it, right, and it don't sell. Mr. Pico's 100% right. That is better for recycling, to strip it down, and you'll get more back on that than what you tried to, if you tried to sell a printer or a monitor at the end of the day, because no one wants them. But yeah, out off to you, sir. You've done really well there. I mean, I can imagine walking up and down, you know, going in offices, clearing that up. That's a long wheelbase sprinter. Yeah, I've drove one of them. I know what they're like. So yeah, they're quite big. So they go all the way back. So obviously, once you filled them up, to fill that up, it goes to show. But I assume, yeah, the van is outside the house now. So I can imagine now you've cleared all that out, because obviously that's all got to be cleared out, because obviously if they've moved out, yeah, and unload it Monday. God, you're going to be there for a few hours. Obviously, it's quicker to unload than what it is to load up, because you can just sling it all out. Obviously, well, mind you saying that, no, that's all got to be sorted. So no, that you can't just do that. So it's all got to go into containers, them big boxes, what you read. Obviously, keyboards have to go in the keyboard side. It's like all recycling stuff. Neil. Just put it together. Oh, right. Oh, that's nice. Frank's just sent me a thing on there for about on his watch side, so it was another part of a retro thing. Yeah, done well there, Mr. Pico, sir. Definitely 100%. To load that Sprinter up me, that's some serious going on there. So yes, very good. So I can, yeah, but like you said, it's to drive. I don't think it was so much the loading. I'd say that drive was enough. That's quite a lot. To be honest, guys, I don't even think that we just had it all in a whole. was down 3 flights of stairs. Fuck me. 3 flights. So that's what I was just saying, because it's an office. 3 flights of stairs. So up and down, up and down. You've got to load it up, walk back down. Fuck me. That would have done my head in. See, you've done that, sir. I'll tell you what, no wonder that keeps you in trim. You don't have to worry about exercising. Flipping Nora. That's absolutely unbelievable. Three flights of stairs. I felt like I was driving forever. 2 hours and 40. Now I moaned at 2.5 hours. So you actually drove a little bit further than me, and I can vouch for that because I know what it's like. So yes, it's tedious. It's a very tedious journey because, like you said, you feel like, I mean, this is never ending. You're not counting them. All you want to do is get to the next mile and the next mile and the next mile, and you think, bloody Nora. And remember, that's without traffic, roadworks. Obviously, you've got to stop off for a break, but you just feel like you just want to get there, and then you can have a break after. But 3 flights of stairs, that's got to be the killer. Obviously, you've got to cart that all up and down on 3 flights. Jesus. That's unbelievable, sir. All I say is, you've done well. You've done very well. In 3 flights. I mean, that's one way to keep you busy and to kill your legs. Three flights of fucking stairs. I don't think I'd like to do that. I don't know how you've done that, my friend. I really don't. You've done really well. That's it. That's in. Lovely jubbly. So I've got that one in. Just got to sort that one out. That one was a bit tricky to get in, but I've done it. Now I'm not going to have one long enough for this one. Yeah. Hold up, Mr. P, can read your message there, sir. I bet you are shattered, sir. I can imagine, I bet you're well and truly cream crackered. I need a better screwdriver. This one's fucking shit. It's not even biting. There you go. That is. Lovely jubbly. She's tight now. Nice one. Obviously that wasn't anchored down. I think that one's got to be anchored down just a little bit more. It is. Nice. So that one's in. That one's in. Done well, no? Done very well. Yeah, my back and my arms and my legs was absolutely killing me from loading. Wow. How's the Atari boards? Well, yeah, well, it did start off really good, and then we ran into a bit of a memory issue on that front. For some reason, Mr. Pico, they didn't post. One of them posted. Well, actually, both of them didn't. They didn't. Well, they did it start with, and then it stopped for some reason. And I think it was more to do with the memory. As soon as I push one of them down, it all come back again. So it needs memory testing thoroughly. Yeah, I think they both boot now. I think these are both good. I think they're all right. So. Yeah, one drive had an issue, needed a USB. Yeah, the other one needed a clamp on the chips. Yeah, I think they did on that front. I think that was it's true. Mr. Worms recommended. Yeah, rematch tomorrow. Yes. I'll tell you what, Mr. Peak. I'll tell you will not be having a late one tonight, sir. And I totally agree that you do not need to have a late one. You could have a very well rest on that front, so I think you need it. Obviously, 3 flights of stairs. I think everyone will need that, and a 2 hour and 45-minute drive. So if that ain't bad enough, 3 flights of stairs to load all that up as well. So yeah, out off to you, sir. Very impressive. That front. So I'm going to put this one back in. I'm going to put this back in. So this should be it now, guys. I can't put that leg in because obviously I'm a screw short on that front. I can have a look, I suppose. See, I'll have a look in the pot, see if I've got a nice long screw to put in that front. That's a lot of computer equipment. That's all old stuff now. I've had loads of that. What Mr. Pico's dealt with, they're not worth nothing. And I know exactly where it's going from. It's literally not worth. It's worth more in scrap. 100%, definitely worth more in scrap. So I think what I'll do, second test, before I put this officially back down, I'll plug the keyboard back in it. And we'll give her a quick boot up on the TV. Right. Plug that one back in. I won't get zapped in. So, casing all back on. Metal tin back on. Obviously that's all bouncy because it's obviously the bottom shield's all missing, but the end of the day, well, the TV's still switched on, so let's see if we got anything. It is loading. There you go. Yay, she's back up and running. I'm gonna reset it, right? Take that out and see how long it takes to reboot without that thing in. A rewatch tomorrow. Oh right, he's gonna rewatch it tomorrow. Nice. You can relax. You can relax, Mr. Pico. Definitely well reserved, sir. Definitely well reserved. I'll put that in just in the floor, in front of the office, in 2 floors, and when they're all finished up, I can slowly close in down the building. there is more gold in pounds in CPUs than what there is. Well, actually, you say that, Mr. Grasspuddle. So is silver. Silver's actually gone up there now as well. Silver's gone up tenfold. They did say about that. Yeah, this has got the same boot up. So I mean, yeah, that's took just as long, just to boot up. So obviously, it must go through a memory test or something when this boots up. Worms. Obviously, now that had the exact same booting time. Yeah, the drive is missing. That's why it's slow, right? So obviously, that's what it's looking for, because it ain't got the original circuitry into it. So obviously, that's why the drive's constantly ticking when it's on. So it sort of talks to the board. So obviously, that's what's causing it. And then obviously, after a few seconds, then it boots back up. Yeah, but the USB is constantly still looking, so it's the same time. But this one is, you know, it is fully working. So and if I just plug this in, if I just put the USB stick in, it doesn't do nothing. No, which it won't, because it's obviously not like yeah, that's the one with the metal clamps on. Yeah, that's the one you repaired the board on. The one I put back. The original. This is the original before the one that I've got down here. That was the revision D. This is the revision A. So the revision A is right there. So this one's got the metal heat shield all at the bottom and everything, because you can actually see the metal bits sticking on. But that one was just how I got it. So I don't get it. That front, unless that one come off here. I think it did. Come to think about it, that bottom one didn't have that at the end of the day. So yeah, I think this is the original bit for that top, but it is all still doing it. Nice. So it's rested. So now it's all upstairs. Awesome job. Repairs are nice and they all work. Yeah. So basically, I think what I need to do is see if I can source a long screw, put that one in. But it is auto booting. If I turn it off and turn it on, it should auto boot. Yeah, which it is. It is auto booting. So it comes straight up. Thanks, Pico. Yeah, it was just fun. It was just having something to fix. Well, thanks to Mr. Worms, I've got my Atari balls back up and running. And it weren't just one, all for the sake of one bad RAM chip. At least this is the one now he's re-socketed. This is the one that wasn't, all the memory ICs on this one, they all had to be re-soldered in. So obviously he's put all the standoffs on this one, so this one's all been properly done there. So if I do have an issue with this board, I can now sort of like take the RAM chips out. I ain't got no worries about on that front. Still done a great job. Comparing, I had a good look under there. You've done an amazing job, Mr. Worms. I'll give you that. But she's back up. She's running. She's an another happy customer. I'm going to see if I've got a longer screw to try and fix, to see if I can put that on there. I've got one more standoff on there, and this one won't be long enough to go all the way through. Which, if I go correctly, see, it won't go all the way through. So that screw's not long enough. I used all the bloody long screws up, so I need to find. Actually, that might do. Oh, can we put that one in? Yay! We can. Found one. See what I mean? That's what I love of that pot of screws. So, Mr. Pico can have a well-deserved rest now. Can't believe how much you've loaded that into that van. Absolutely shocking, sir. Absolutely shocking. 3 flights. Fuck. 3 flights of stairs. Flipping hell. Yeah, very impressed. for 3 flights of stairs. To climb all that up, you must have done thousands of steps walking up and down that with all that equipment up and down. I told him. Jill told him. Yeah, Carrefour as postage, £51. Yeah, that's unbelievable. It's £51 to post that on that front. Yeah, not exactly cheap. UK is obviously a bit resourceful when it's, you know, bit greedy when it comes to post. At the end of, I can understand. It's got to go all the way to Sweden. I've seen stuff. Do you know what? £51 is 9 kg. Yeah, there you go. For £51 for 9 kg. So £51. So that proves it, Carrefour, right? If that's £51 for 9 kg, it goes to show UK is greedy, right? At the end of it, obviously it's more for only for 7 kg. If I try to pay for 9 kg, it'd be up to nearly about over 80 quid. It's ridiculous. So the UK is far more greedier than anything. And there's no need for it. It's like you said, we're supposed to have one of the cheapest. They saying, it's cheaper to send stuff abroad. Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, of course. Of course it's cheap to send stuff abroad. Yeah, what they're not failing is how much it's going to cost. 2 kg is £17. No, over 2 kg now is shy of, it's shy of roughly around about £26 just for 2 kg. It's mad. It's absolutely mad. This is why the UK has got a really bad reputation for the postal service, and it's gone through the roof. You can't wonder at it. And that's the cheapest. And I was hunting around. I had companies that was actually quoting double figure. Absolutely madness. I've seen stuff. I kid you not. I've seen stuff as far as Australia that's come cheaper than that. I don't know why going to Sweden was so much bloody more expensive. And I went. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And I thought, well, why is that dearer? Obviously, it weren't costing that when I was sending stuff to Australia, which I still do. Yeah, we do have a better service now. But it ain't cheap though, Mr. Worms. Even I did see the price, even what you paid to send that item over here. At the end, to send it to me at the end of the day, £8. £8 that cost you. At least let me refund you, sir, for that, because I don't expect you to come out pay out your own pocket, sir. You are very kind. Thank you. But I am willing to pay. I don't expect you to come out your own pocket, sir. Everyone is obviously struggling at the moment. You're too kind. Let me do this one up before it fucking falls back out again. I don't like to have 3 screws in and not put the 4th one in. They've all got fucking odd screws in. I don't care as long as it fits. Right, then that's all properly nailed down there. That ain't going nowhere. That's rock solid, which that's perfect. That's actually perfect. So I know for a fact now this ain't going nowhere. So now I can officially do her all up now. Put that back. All right. He says that. Where's the keyboard? Oh, look at the state of the key. Fuck me. Where's the brush? There's a toothbrush there. That'll do. Look at all the grime around there. Jesus. Oh, mind you, I've been saying that. Look at the dust particles under here. Holy moly. She's one dusty girl. Obviously, this wants retro brightening. These keys really shouldn't be that colour. They're like a cream. But Chris, am I right in saying, was they originally that colour, a cream? Obviously, because I know you've got the Atari, I've got the Amiga up there, and that's in pretty good nick. I don't know if that's mould or what. Right, let's put this back. She's back. She's back. Right. Is that back now? Yay, she's back now. Cool. I don't even know where my bloody tool. Oh, yeah, it's there. Yeah, go and grab that. Let's grab this one from me. Well, we've got one working. We've got one fully working, and the other one is working. I've just realised it just says made in Japan. Am I not surprised? It's not working. I was only just saying this earlier on. Right. Ta-da! Mind you, he does want to clean. He's frigging filthy. He's rotten. Absolutely rotten. Let me read some of your questions. Yeah, you sent me way too much. That's why I sent it back. No, obviously, Mr. Worms, that's why I said I don't expect it. I was more than willing to pay that at the end of the day. I think that was well worth the repair. Well worth the repair. Yeah, I know you did that as a friend. I really appreciate it, my friend. I really wanted to get you I still want to get you a box of chocolates to say thank you. Can I still get you a box of... Let me get you a box of chocolates. To at least get you a box of chocolates. I've got your address saved. No, seriously. No, I do feel guilty. I really feel guilty. You know, because I don't expect you to do it for nothing. I just feel so much better. No, I'm good. No, thanks. I know you had the card. I'd still sent the card. Why? I just feel so much better because obviously, you know, you've done a lot of work there, and obviously I've always been one of those kind people that reward good people at the end of the day. Because obviously I've worked with a lot of charities over the years, which I still work for a charity at the end of the day. It's just my way of saying thank you for what you've done. I don't expect anything. It's you know, it's my way of saying thank you for what you've done for me. Obviously, I balls this up, you know, and without you, I wouldn't have got this one repaired because I know what would have happened. I would have literally made a right hashtag out of this one and made it 500 times worse. So thanks to you, you actually saved it. That fun. It makes me feel better, and our chocks will be fine. All right. Thank you, Mr. Worms. I will send them out first thing Monday. Thank you, my friend. I'll get you a box of chocolates. Yeah, at the end of the day, I feel a lot better. At least because you should have had. But yeah, I do. Thank you. I can't stop thanking you enough for what you've done. So she is back up and running. Well, it was until I butchered it. Obviously. Well, I was exploring. I was actually. I was trying to make it better. Thought, well, taking one out, and I thought, yeah, perhaps that wasn't a great idea. You know how sensitive these Atari boards are. At the end of it, obviously now I've obviously got this one. What I originally wanted to do was get this one up and running, and I wanted to auction this one off and raise some money for some dogs trust. Yeah, he likes sausages. I can't send. I'm afraid to say, Mr. Pico, I cannot send sausages through the post, sir. The time they go, they probably would have gone a bit off by the sell-by date. Obviously, I mean, I know you can buy things in the post, but not sausages. So, yes, chocolates is good. No, at least chocolates, you've got a year to use your chocolates up. So I'll get you a nice box of chocolates. Thank you, Mr. Worms. I feel a lot better, obviously, on that front, sir. So thank you. So now I can put her back. She stays put back. So obviously what I need to source now. Yeah, I had you saying that, right? I had a look at some broken Atari boards, right, at the end of the day. Working ones on just the working Atari boards were £300, just on the boards alone. Cases, I did see a 512 case, not a 1040 STFM. This is the STFM. I did see a 512 case for about 30 quid. Power supplies for these, astronomical, £45 to nearly 50 quid for a power supply. Time you've done that, you've paid near enough for a full working, Atari at the end of it. It's mad. Keyboards about 45 quid without postage, and then buyer's protection fee from eBay. So can you see where you're going? 45 quid, 50 quid. Time you've done that, you spent nearly £200 just in parts at the end of it. Yeah, you did say, Chris, that you had a PSU. You can say, oh right, I didn't know Mr. Chris had a power supply on that front. Yeah, that'd be great. Obviously, I've been willing to buy it off him. I don't know if he might. Right, yeah, that's true. They are expensive. They are very, very expensive. I don't expect anyone to. Do you know what, Mr. Worms? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you still save this one. This one is now, I can now fully say, this is working for the sake of one bad RAM chip on it at the end of the day. So if the worst comes to it, and this one packs up, I can dump this one back in, and I've got a full working Atari again. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got me 512, but I really did want to do a charity ball on that one. Without the power, I suppose that I could sell the board without the power supply and just sell the board as is, because it is fully working. So there is that possibility, but I would have got more on it by it being complete. Just great that you've done it. Don't think these are the... Yeah, I can feel that. That's fine. Absolutely fine. I'm just grateful it's done. So, I can take that out now. I don't need that. These are the trouble with these type of cases. They're so bloody finicky. They're so fragile at the end of the day. Mr. Hotcows, is it? Oh, Mr. Hotcows, 10 watching, 11 likes. Thanks, Mr. Hotcows. That's boosting me confidence. 10 watching, 11 likes. Well, at least that's why. Dedicated, yeah. Oh, I totally agree. Old plastics. That's the only thing about old plastics. Mr. PC, bless him, he was so overwhelmed yesterday, where Mr. Pico and Mr. Swindon was obviously giving him a few donations, and he really appreciated it at the end of the day, and it's good because it supports all the channels at the end of the day. So. Mr. PCD cracks me up. He gets so excited and he has 40 in his chat. The most I've ever had in my chat is 23, 24 At the end of the day, I don't really look. I'm not Mr. Andy. I don't really care. At the end of the day, I'm just grateful for you guys. Obviously, you pop in and you do make me laugh. Obviously, I like jumping on Mr. MK because when Mr. MK's on one, he was losing it yesterday due to the Furbies. Obviously, the Furbies were obviously getting to him yesterday. And he said, thanks to Chill and Relax, he said, he's fucking traumatised me with that bleeding Furby. Well, sorry, I literally fell off the chair. I nearly choked. I think I nearly choked on my water through laughter. I literally pissed myself laughing so much. It was one of the funniest things. He just literally went on a rant of the Furbies. And the Furby obviously must have got to him. It must have traumatised him that much. I didn't really know if a Furby would traumatised him, but it was funny as hell. Literally, yeah. This account's only have got 4 subs. Lol. Oh, poor Mr. Carfor. Look, let's all jump on Mr. Carfor and give him some thumbs up. I think he needs it. I'll tell you what, Stu's doing all right, isn't he? Mr. Stu, he does a lot of amplifier stuff. I've been really impressed with his gear lately. Obviously, might have one. There's 84 subs. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mr. Stu's done really, really well. I've been really impressed with Mr. Stu's audio equipment. That's it. I can feel it. Once it bites, that's it. You have to do them by hand because I hate these bloody things when you're putting these in. Yeah, they seem to. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I think Simple Tech and Stu stuff is that's he's underwing. Yeah, don't totally agree there, what Cows. They're really good. Yeah, it's actually, I'll tell you what, Simple Tech, he knows his audio equipment. Obviously, he put the fear of God into me now, mucking about with high voltage capacitors with a bit of fucking wire. And his fingers are barely touching the terminals. I'm going, fuck, please don't get zapped. Don't get zapped. Please, my friend. You're obviously you're treading on, you're literally treading on pedigree chum there. I'm telling you, literally, I'm not joking how dangerous that was. Obviously, I was trying to warn him on the chat, saying, don't touch it, you're going to be visiting the Undertakers, but he must have took that as a joke. I was trying to be serious. I was going, 50 volts. 50 volts? No, it was over 100 volts, wasn't it? 100 volts. It was fucking, that cat, them big caps he was mucking about with. I went, fuck me, they hold some voltage. Seriously, hold some serious voltage on them caps. Obviously, I did see the transformer. He was running them. Fuck me. No wonder he said them transformers. They're like £2,000 to £3,000. You amount of copper they've got in them. They're nothing worse than money in scrap. Yeah, that one cap was only 50 volts, but even that, you don't need to touch both of them to get 100. Yeah, you wouldn't want to touch them. God, I tell you, you just wouldn't want to touch them. It would still give you a wallop if you touched it. You'd definitely know you touched a 50 volt cap. So yeah, no, Tony's good like that. He does know his audio equipment. I'll give him that. He's really up there. If someone knows about certain equipment, he know about it. If he was the person to actually diagnose and fix a problem, I'd go to him, because obviously certain YouTubers are good at certain things at the end of the day. Different with Mr. Swindon, he deals with a bit of everything. Well, that's what I like about his channel. So I do like that. Right, can I put any of these back in? Oh, God. Well, that's not put back in, is it? So. Well, that one's back in. We've got that one. I might have to dig some more screws out. I'm still fucking 3 screws short. How am I 3 screws short? Right, okay. Yep, I am. I am definitely 3 screws short. Right, okay. Let's get the pot back out. That pot's been in and out more times than anything. Yeah, I had one cap that was 50 volts. Yeah, you only need to touch both of them to get 100. Yeah, when you know I can fly. Yes. Yeah, you do more than you definitely do more than that. You touch them caps, you're gonna know a lot about it. This is why I was saying, really, to do electronics, it's interesting, but it's also dangerous. Obviously, this is why there should always be disclaimers, because you're trying to influence someone else that's obviously looking up to you, thinking, bloody hell, he's making that look easy. I should really give that a go. Yeah, when it comes to high voltage capacitors, I wouldn't recommend it. not on that front, because they will give you, like I said, they will pack a wallop if you touch that wrong. At the end of the day, like all high voltage stuff, it's not really recommended that you do try to attempt anything like that. I mean, look at that one that Mr. Swindon was working on, that one for that forklift. Obviously, if that was switched on and then he unplugged it, I wouldn't dare touch that, because he had some really high voltage caps in there at the end of the day. Even with the discharging tool, you'll be surprised. They will still hold a little bit of charge in them. You've got to be so careful with that type of equipment. You really have. Yeah, that one's done. So we've got 2 in. I need 2 more. Can I find 2 more? I can't see why I shouldn't find 2 more in here. They've all got bloody odd screws in to start with. So yeah, got another one there. Lovely jubbly. Nice. One more for one more. I think that one might do it. Yeah, look at that one. Will that one do it? I think that one might do it. Yeah, that's now done that. Oh yeah, I'll do a Mr. Swindon. Stop spamming hearts. Stop retracting your messages, your leggings. No, thanks guys, I appreciate it. I do. It just makes me laugh. That one still gets me now. Copyright. Copyright. Oh fuck, I've dropped my screw now. God. Well, that one's gone on the floor. That's it, I mean, I'm always dropping something. Going in and thinking, oh no. That does make me laugh. That one always. Or message retracted. Stop retracting your messages, you little shit. Obviously, even Mr. MK got the up last night because someone was retracting their messages, and I think one of them was me. Sorry, Mr. MK, I didn't mean to do that. I made a spelling mistake, genuine spelling mistake. Obviously, so no, I had to retract it. It won't let you edit it. You can only retract it, or that was it. Leave your messages up. So I didn't know that pissed him off a bit. Which I don't intend to do. I'm not doing it to wind him up. That was all in good. That was all in good deeds. I don't know where that screw's gone. That knows where it's gone off the floor somewhere. Oh, yeah, no, tell her I found it. Because I've got brown carpet. It don't help. Right, right. So, oh, hold up. Where's these 3 screws go? Oh well, I put 3 screws in, and I've just found 3 screws. So obviously these screws come out of something that I've just put back in. Oh well, it don't matter. Put them in a pot. Put them in a pot. Bit more screws out of something that obviously that was meant for something. This is what I get. This is why my pot fills up. Obviously, I filled my pot up and thinking, well, the pot they must have been there for a reason. Well, obviously I've now forgot. So I've forgot to put 3 screws back in, but it don't matter. It's all in. Like I said, it's all in good fun. But she's all bolted up. She's all strapped. She's all nice. She does need a clean. She's dirty. She's very, very dirty. The end of the front. So let me plug the. Hang on, Mr. Worms. I'll read. Where's the cable gone? Oh, it's gone. Why is that cable down here? Right. Da-da-da. Right, so obviously I've got the where's the oh yeah, that's it. So yeah, it sort of plugs in. I think they must have known that when they made these Go-Tex to actually fit them in. They've done really well to be totally honest. Right, she's switched on. Right, so let me switch her on official now. Now she's all put back together. Oh yeah, we've got a red light on this one. This one's got red lights. Yeah, Mr. Worms, I think you're right. I think it's looking for the drive. That's why it don't come straight on. Because look, we've got a red light. Look, the red light constantly stays on. And when the red light goes out, the thing comes on. So that's what it's looking for. So I think you're right, because this one's got a red light as well. So red light, that's your power. And this one's obviously got for the disk drive. So that's what it's searching for in that RAM. So that when the RAM circles on there, obviously it's looking for that drive. And because that drive's not doing nothing, even though it's lit up, that must be part of the boot sequence. That's why when that goes out, that comes on. I think that does. If I remember correctly, that light, yeah, there you go. But the red light still stays on. So yeah, it is something to do with along that cycle line. But it's 100%. But we've got an image on there. Message out, timed out. Thanks, Carrefour. Yeah, messages are not messages. This message, if you notice, it's messages you that you're not messages retracted. It's just like a red probe. It just means it's not detected. Right, I'll see. Yeah. It might be where your message is not a message. Now I'm confused now, guys. Message timed out and it's retracted. But you don't know. So yeah, she is fully back. She's fully working on that phone. Yeah, message got blown up by 60 volts. You think you don't know. So I'm gonna put the stick back in, right? And I'll reset it. And it should read it now. Yeah, it is reading it. Yeah, it's reading. So it's reading. So why isn't it reading my stick then with me games on? So which I don't quite understand that, because that should have really read it. It should have on the Atari. I'm going to take that one out. It should read these bloody sticks. Yeah, it's not. It's obviously not. Sorry, disco. That one's loading in. Soccer. Yeah, that one does. That one's loading in. Yeah, they are loading in. Yeah, I thought they did. It's a dodgy USB. No, look. You know, look, it's working. Look. It's got all the sticks on there. Obviously, it's got a picture of a skeleton. Yeah, I know the feeling. You wait forever. Yeah, I wonder if that's ping pong faster with 60 volts. Oh no. So yeah, the drive does work then, the thing on it. It puts 60 volts in. What, into the Furby. Talking about Furbies, how's your Furby going, Mr. Pico, sir? Track Force the Invisibles. He's probably still had flat batteries. Oh no, he's probably, oh, you're right. Yeah, he's probably still got flat batteries. That's the only thing when you ain't got a bloody thing plugged into it. You think like you use the keyboard. I'll just push all the buttons. No, obviously mashing the buttons. No, my lad's Furby, you mean? He's been very quiet. I think the batteries are still flat. Oh, bless. Get some batteries. You can have ping pong and pizza. Obviously, Mr. MK got traumatised by that. Right. Well, anyway, this one's still working. So. Shadow of the Beast. I think they did do a Shadow of the Beast once. What's this? Hit T for infinite lives. Hit hint points. Right. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. It's running off this. It's running off the USB stick. Fine. But he didn't do it first of all. Copyright. 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 No, you can't put copyright. It's not copyright. I think Furbies don't like being upside down. Well, actually, that spooked me out because I've never done that before, and that one really did get to me on that. So when it obviously got flipped upside down, it obviously must have knew it was upside down. I went, wow. So, well, we've still got blank screen, so why isn't that booted? No, don't like this game at all. For some of it. Yeah, I think the Furbies are about £20 in eBay, so they might put 60 volts into it. Poor Furby. Oh, Mr. Carfoy injected 60 volts into everything. Obviously, 60 volts will obviously not do that Furby the best interest. Space area. Oh, they're bombed out. Now we've got the bombs again. The bombs are back, Mr. Worms. Oh, for crying out loud. There we are. It's all right now. It's got to be them bloody games, you know. It's just going 0101. No, it's loading in. It's all right. Oh, no, didn't like that. So, oh, hello. No, it's gone to a file. Open the file up. We've got the bumblebee floating around. No, space area. So it does load space area up. Thanks to CGA for the original. I didn't even know they'd done space area on that one. It's a bit fancy with the graphics and everything else. Obviously, it's not going to be as good as the arcade. You can't beat it, mind you. If you want to spend £3,000 to £5,000 on an arcade machine, you can't wonder at it. The light is going in and out on this, so it is activating that front. It is loading in. I can see it. These must be like cracked versions of the actual game itself. But then that it was back in the days, wasn't it? That's what good thing about the old Atari back in the days. And it weren't just that. It was a lot on the cassettes with the obviously the Commodore 64, the Spectrums and things like that. Right, it says on there, please insert disc 2. I didn't even know we had a disc 2. Mate, where's disc 2? Speedball. I ain't got disc 2. Well, that's ballsed it up. Reptiles. That's a demo. So that one's a demo. So let's try the demo. 2 unlimited demos come up. We don't like the demo. Yeah, it's obviously the demo one. You got to go into the disc, I think. Alien Syndrome, Another World. There you go. We'll try that one. Yeah, that's loading in. There was some really good games for it. I really did like it. Yeah. So presents. Oh, this is Elite. So, oh, it's Another World. Oh, it's Elite Presents. Press C during the game and enter the access code EDGI for the first bit. Why would you need to do that? Oh, what? The game access code is EDJI. Remember that, guys. EDJI. I've got to enter. Why is that? I thought you didn't have to bother about that. Oh, so it's ED. Why have you got into all this then? So it's press C. Well, now it's got. Oh, right, okay. I don't know what I pressed, but I was just pressing everything on the bit on it. I played Elite on the BBC. I've got that. I've actually got that, Mr. Hotcows. Elite on there. That's great. Do you know what? If you're better off playing it, play it on the old original hardware. Don't play it on emulation. It gives you a much better experience. Car4 is like, is what? Yeah. It's like, if you can imagine if the kids today, if you had to go back and ask them to load a cassette in or type in a command on the BBC Micro, yeah, good luck in that. They'd sit there and scratch their head. They wouldn't know what to do. They wouldn't. All they're worried about is, no, it's alright, I'll stick with my mobile phone. Old school stuff it's always been like that. Oh, we've got nothing now. We literally have got nothing. It's gone to a black screen. So I don't like this one. No, no, it's bombed out. It's bombed out. He didn't like it. Got to turn it off. I forgot, because obviously when you turn this, am I right in saying when you turn this off, right? Arkanoid, yeah, I remember Arkanoid. Yeah, Arkanoid's a good game. It's actually quite a good game. Yeah, so you have to check the memory. I think what it does, it's a bit like the BBC Micro. It has to load part of the memory into the data banks, and it stays there. So when you turn it off, you have to wait a minute for it to drain its banks before you turn it back on. Otherwise, you get this. It's still, because the memory's still partly loaded. Yeah, it's a good game. Yeah, I played Another World on the SNES. Well, they did do Another World Part 2, didn't they? Which I never played. I hadn't even seen it. That's the only thing I think that lit the Atari ST down. I know it had more RAM, but not everything took advantage of the full game. Yeah, they did. They did do Another World Part 2. Yeah, it was called something else. It is out. You can get it, but I've never played it. At the end of it, so that's the only thing that let this Atari down, was its sound. It was, yeah, it's probably a flop then. Yeah, the chances are, you're right, Mr. Worms. 9 out of 10, they are a flop at the end of it. But the community, it's a bit like this on the Atari. The Atari really was obviously using its MIDI interface. This was good for hooking up keyboards, and you can do sound sampling and things like that. But when it comes to playing games and learning on it, it really wasn't the greatest, obviously, and it didn't have great synthesizer chips in. I mean, it was great for synthesizers, but not for games. The games, obviously, people got bored. I remember when this got launched, this was, what are they, £399, the Atari ST, the 520? Sounds about right. It was about 400 quid when it got launched. The Amigas, God almighty, you could only get them. They was far too expensive. I think the retail of the Amiga in the 1980s was £599. I'm sure it was about 600 quid, or it's £499. But if you spent 600, they threw you in a couple of games and other bits and pieces. It was still ludicrous amounts of money. Yeah, I had the Amiga 5. I've got my Amiga up there. She runs still beautiful today. At the end of it. So yeah, no, this is fully working, guys. I am pleased on that front. So the Atari is back up and running. So that's the main aspect of this. Just wanted to check on that front to see if it was. So yeah, there was, all the games are all on there. I think I only put that's a 64 gigabyte on this one. So which it did. It all come part of the. It did come with part of that as well, with the GoTex system. On that front, so you can add more on it, but I think it come preloaded with a load of stuff. I've not gone right through it. I mean, obviously, this was working until I budgeted it, so which obviously ain't going to help me, because it's, you know, so thanks to Mr. Worms, he's obviously done his magic and put all this back now. So this one can stay put back as well, because I'm not going to go through all that again on that front. So at least that one's done. And it's, like you said, all I've got to source out really is try to, I'll keep it, now I can put a note on this, I will put a note, both of these are now fully working, I can put a note saying fully working now, and it's all done. So I'll just have to, what I'll do, Mr. Worms, I'll just keep on looking. There might be one that'll come up one day that'll be completely stripped and they're just selling the parts off, which I think that might be the best alternative on that front. But at least she's back up and running. Yeah, the Amiga 500 is awesome. I had one when I had two of them, and there's 40 of them years ago. Yeah, they were good computer. I love that. Yeah, chill and relax. Do you want to donate a Furby in the name of science for a video? I could do, sir. Obviously, but it's sacrifice. I can't. I don't think I could beat myself to sacrifice a Furby. They're too good to sacrifice on that front. Obviously, Mr. Rockcalves has got one better for the Amiga. He's got the Amiga CD32. which are even more desirable to go after on that front. But they are, yeah, 'cause that's right. I forgot because I'm pretty sure the CD32 is the equivalent of an A1200 on that front. Yeah, 4 gigs of RAM, and I sold it for a TV for 50. What? No, and I sold it for a TV for 50 quid. No, I'll tell you what, I could have cringed. Are you thinking, no? Seriously, 50 quid. Damn. Someone grabbed a bargain now for 50 notes. No, not the CD. I still no. Yeah, don't, for God's sake, Mr. Hotcows, please don't say that. They are rarer than hen's teeth. And the last one I see on there sold for £600 at the end of it. Obviously, he had to cut the games with that, but he sold it for 600. So yes, please don't sell it. Even if you don't use it, just don't sell it. Keep it. At the end of it, you are sitting on a small gold mine there, sir. So yeah, I would have been to think on that front. That goes to show of retro. Not all retro stuff is fetching high quality money, but that is definitely well worth keeping. And I'll tell you another one if you can get hold of them. The Neo Geos, because the Neo Geo you're going to be close to £1,000 at the end of the day. They're just mega money up front. But then have you seen the size of the cartridges? They're that fucking big. You're thinking, Jesus, the cartridge is about that big, and then don't even go down that road. Well, put it this way, I see a broken Neo Geo. Just the hand controller, and someone bought it for £400. So yeah, just for a broken controller, and it's sold for 400. It goes to show. Obviously, Luke at Retro 6, he does mods for them, and he's got one, and he modded it, and he's done it really nice. But even he charges, and I kid you not, someone bought one in for him, and it had a couple of broken chips on it. But the bloke that paid £700 for it broke. And he had to take it to Retro 6, which he had to put a custom chip on. He had 2 custom chips broke, which he put back on to get it up and running. And he done it, but he charged him £400 to repair it. So, yeah, I've got to go to bed. Yeah, no worries, Van. Thanks, my friend. Obviously, I'm coming up to 10 to 10. I'm going to leave it here now, guys. Obviously, I just wanted to do a shout out to Mr. Worms, and he done a fantastic job. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave it here because obviously he's getting past our bedtimes in here. So yeah, he heard you. Oh, bless him. He's obviously had a long day. So yeah, I think that was a good note to actually look at. It was a big up for Worms. I totally agree with you there, sir, 100%. So guys, I am going to leave it. Obviously, the Atari's put back together. She is fully working. And the other board. Thank you so much again, Mr. Worms, for what you have done, sir. I will be sending you a box of chocolates to say thank you. It's the least I can do. I do feel better to actually send you a box of chocolates. So, Mr. Pico, Mr. Swindon himself, Mr. Hot Cows, Mr. Carfor, Mr. Worms, especially Mr. Worms, Mr. Grass Puddle, thank you so much, sir, for and all the lurkers that's lurking in the background. And I will see you guys again, probably on Mr. Swindon's stream, which will be back for Monday. So later, so I am going to count you down from a 5, 4. Oh, Mr. Rick, thank you for joining, sir. Thank you very much. I didn't even know you was lurking in the background, so thank you, sir. So yes, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks, guys. You have been amazing. Catch you in the next stream.